Today is November 28, 2022, and this is the case of State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. We begin another day of trial. We've convened here in the absence of the jury, for now at least, and the jury will be brought up in a few minutes. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash, and the State of Ohio is represented by prosecuting attorney Ralph Junk and special prosecuting attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Ryan Scheider of the Ohio BCI and I is also present. Today we are to have closing arguments of counsel with the jury present, of course, for that. I'm not sure whether there's anything else that we need to put on the record before we have the jury brought up. Is there anything on behalf of the state?
Anything?
No.
We have nothing, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
Nothing.
All right, the record will reflect that the court has given counsel for each side some proposed jury instructions. Here will actually a draft of jury instructions, which will be our instructions unless there's something comes up that would require a change in that, and also some jury verdict forms for counsel to review. We will bring the jury up then, Jason. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's good to see you all here as we begin another day of trial in this case. We have reached the point at which counsel for each side will be giving closing arguments. Before we begin that, however, I will inform you now that the court has granted a motion dismissing specifications 4, 5, and 6 to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now those first 8 counts were aggravated murder counts. The charges remain, and the other specifications as to those counts, that specifications 1, 2, and 3 remain. However, specifications 4, 5, and 6 to those first 8 counts were what are referred to as death specifications. And that means that the death penalty is no longer possible in this case, and that you will not be sequestered. All right? Now, is counsel for the state ready to give closing argument this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to give closing
Yes.
argument? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, closing arguments of counsel are designed to persuade. Closing arguments of counsel in and of themselves are not evidence, but each side will argue what they feel that you should find the evidence has shown. All right, the state may give closing argument.
Good morning. I feel like it's been forever since we last saw each other. Okay. Just want to, first of all, start by thanking each and every one of you. You guys have probably served, at least as far as I know, the longest of any criminal jury anyhow. And what's in addition to that is each of you have paid strict attention every time you've been in the courtroom. And I know we've tried your patience with all the stops and starts, especially the stops, and there was a lot of dead days and dead time, and we apologize for that. As the court said, a lot of times there's things that we need to take care of that doesn't involve the jury, and so that's how we end up handling that. So we started this back in July when we were in that sweaty gymnasium without any air conditioning, and here we are, shivering when we walk outside. So, and I also want to, just apologize for the enormous amount of evidence in this case, right? Obviously, when you have 8 victims instead of just 1 victim, you have 8 autopsies and all that follows there. And if you have 4 crime scenes instead of 1, then you have all of that. And I kind of talked about that in opening statement, but I think you now have a better appreciation for exactly how immense the evidence is this. Now is the time for you guys to do the work, right? You're going to be hearing closing arguments this morning and probably into this afternoon. Probably tomorrow the court will give you the instructions of law that you will use to apply to the facts. As the court said, nothing that I say, nothing that the attorneys for Mr. Wagner say are evidence. And specifically, if I say something that does not match or meet your recollection of what the evidence was in this case, the court will tell you to rely on your collective memories, okay? So I'm not purposely trying to misstate anything. In fact, I try to purposely state it as correctly as I can. But again, if I say something that you're like, oh, that's not how I remember it, again, the court will be instructing you that you have to rely on your collective memories, okay? Also, the court is going to instruct you that you will have access to all of the evidence in this case that has been admitted, okay? Things like these items that Ms. Elliott from BCI testified to as far as the shoe evidence, the shoes themselves, this big item that she prepared with the overlay, the concrete buckets and all the contents of that. However, it will be kept under lock and key upstairs on the 3rd floor. So if you are in the deliberation room and you want to see some evidence, then you will be instructed to let the court staff know, and they can bring that down so that you guys can look at whatever you want, okay? You should have, when you first retired, you should have things like this, photographs and various documents and such. That'll fit readily into the jury room, and so it will give you as much of that stuff as we can. But again, if you want to see some physical evidence, or you want to listen to an audio tape or one of those videos that really weren't videos but audios, then just let court staff know and they will make sure to accommodate you. Not that you necessarily have to do that. I don't want you to feel like you have to. Obviously, you saw the evidence as we presented it in the courtroom, but there might be certain items that you want to go back to. At the beginning of this trial, one of the things I remember saying to you is that these murders should never have happened, that there was not a reason for these murders to happen. And I think now you can appreciate what I meant by that, the senselessness of these murders that happened on suspicion, no evidence, no information that any of the victims in this case did anything untoward. And half of them, at least, were killed simply because they were there. I want to go back to the victims now and start, because that's where we kind of started this, and I just want us to keep in mind why we are here, right? We are here because 8 innocent victims were slaughtered, most of them in their sleep, all of them unarmed and unsuspecting that anything was afoot. Frankie Roden, 20 years old, with his son, his 2 sons, there with Hannah Hazel. We heard a lot about his derby car racing. You know, he loved his children, he loved his derby car racing, he loved his fiance. He had just started a new job. He, working for a former teacher of his, basically on, you know, just at the brink of beginning the rest of his life, right? We knew that he liked hunting, apparently chicken fighting as well, but we also knew that he was not a drinker, and he definitely was not involved in any of the marijuana business, right? We heard testimony that Chris Sr. was very particular about that, did not want any of his children involved in it, did not want them to use it either. And we know that he didn't, right? We know that none of them did, because we have autopsy toxicologies that show that. Frankie's crime, for which he got the death penalty, was allegedly kissing his niece on the lips. That's the only thing that anybody said about him. That and the fact you heard from the defendant himself that Frankie was the type of man that you would have to go through to get to his family. So again, that whole, if he knows, if he's left alive, he would figure it out and possibly seek vengeance. And that is why. That. Hannah Hazel.
Judge, may you focus?
Yes. continue with the
Okay. Hannah Hazel, Gilly, very proud of her son, her 6-month-old son. She and Frankie and Ruger shared a home together. They had just taken that home over from Dana and Chris, little Chris and Hannah Mae. She also had a very good relationship with Chelsea, who was the mother of Brentley. We talked about how her last call was to her sister Miranda earlier that night, and she was there when Frankie took the last picture he ever would take of his 2 sons laying next to each other. She was all of 20 years old as well at the very beginning of her life, and especially her life as a mother. Her crime, you heard testimony that her crime was solely being there, nothing else. If she had not been there, she would still be alive today. I don't know how to do this, so. Okay. Well, if I skip through it, I can just go to another one. Okay. Chris Sr., there's a lot to say about him. Obviously, he was a hard worker. He got up every morning and went and worked at Big Bear Lake all day, building stuff, bulldozing stuff. He was obviously a family man, provided for his family, provided for his son Frankie and Hannah Hazel and Ruger, provided for his former wife Dana and his children Hannah Mae and little Chris, so that they, especially Hannah Mae, could have a home with extra space that was clean and orderly, all in anticipation of the custody battle that was ensuing. He threw, you heard about his 4th of July fireworks. Obviously, he grew marijuana. That's not in dispute in this case. And noteworthy as well, that's also not why he was killed. That has nothing to do with this case. As I noted in the beginning, it caused some distraction for the investigation initially because of, trying to see if there was any ties with the marijuana. But the reason that he was killed is because he was the patriarch of this family, and they knew that he would, again, figure out who did it and potentially seek vengeance, but also keep in mind that he was one of the original targets, right? Angela suggested that they snitch on him and get him locked up because that would be taking off the head of the snake, and then Hannah Mae would not have the support that she needed to withstand a custody battle. Obviously, that idea got voted down, but again, that's why he was targeted for these murders. Gary is the only one that had any drugs in his system. We know that he abused cocaine sometimes. We know that he was from Kentucky, and he would come and stay with his cousin, Chris. And when he was with his cousin, Chris, he would go and also work at Big Bear Lake. He was described as goofy, and the defendant himself told you that he went and hunted with him down in Kentucky. Again, his crime was simply being there. He had nothing to do with any of the suspicions that Angela was developing in her mind, or that the Wagners thought were occurring. Kenneth was a hardworking man, a very generous man. You heard that he would get up at 4:30 in the morning and drive over to his brother Chris's house, where he would shower and then drive up to Columbus, Ohio and work every day, a full day. Would come home and usually get dinner at Giovanni's and then go back to his home. You heard from his daughter Kendra and his son Luke. And Kendra told you that she had talked to him earlier that day, and they both told you that he was very present in their lives and very supportive of them, provided for them. and in pursuing their careers, schooling for both of them. You also heard from Donald Stone. I think that was a very long time ago, but I think his testimony was a little hard to forget. He talked about how generous Kenneth was and that he would give him, family and non-family alike, anything they needed, anytime they had need. Again, we know why he was killed, and the defendant also told you that. He was a very strong guy. The defendant said he considers his own self very stout, but that Kenneth was much stronger than he was. And they knew, again, the closeness that he had to his brother Chris, and that he would figure out what happened. And therefore, that is why they decided that he also had to be killed. Dana was a very loving mother and grandmother. You heard that she was going to watch Brentley the following day because Chelsea had called up Frankie at the last minute and asked if he could watch Brentley so that Chelsea could do her work shift because the daycare had an illness there. You also heard from Angela's own mouth how close Dana was to her grandchildren, how she was constantly doing things for her grandchildren, taking them shopping or having little cookouts at her house. She was a caretaker. She worked long, hard hours at the nursing home. They had not fully moved in, but you could tell that she kept an orderly home and that family and faith were very important to her. You hear on one of Jake's recordings where she's telling Sophia to take Daddy and show him throughout the new house that they had just moved into. Obviously trying to raise her children as well as she could. We know that little Chris was grounded at the time and from his car. So, and having just turned 16, I suspect that was a severe as punishment as you could dream of. Again, she was not suspected of doing anything wrong to Sophia at all. She was just there. Now, I would suggest that based on Jake's testimony, they waited until she got there, right? Because they drove by initially and she wasn't there. And so they didn't return until she was there. I have no idea if that was so that she didn't come home mid homicide, or again, whether they had made the decision that she also was going to die. Hannah Mae had just turned 19 years old. You know that she had just given birth to Kylie, who was 5 days old at the time that she was killed. You know that she was the mother of little Sophia, who was 2.5 at the time. And she had just turned 19. She was working. She was going to school to become a nurse. She had gotten her GED. She had become involved with Corey Holdren. You heard also his rather emotional testimony about how committed they were to each other, how touched he was by the fact that she sat with him and helped him beat his addiction while he was going through withdrawals, and how much that meant to him because his perception was nobody had ever done anything like that for him before, and he felt that that was a great act of love and sacrifice. He had met with Charlie Gilley, who was the actual father of Kylie. You heard that Hannah found out she was pregnant with Charlie's baby right when she and Corey had just started dating. So Corey met with Charlie and said, "Is it okay if I raise your daughter?" And Charlie was okay with that. Charlie's also young, also was not prepared for parenting. So you heard from Corey that he named Kylie and that he was there at the hospital when she was born and cut her umbilical cord. And clearly he's touched by the relationship that he had with Hannah Mae. We know that Hannah was a loving and proud mother of Sophia. We have text messages from her where she's describing her as her whole world, and obviously refusing to sign any paperwork that the Wagners were putting before her because of her fear that they were trying to do to her what they did to Tabitha, and she was never going to permit that to happen. She also was not as easily manipulated as Tabitha was. Tabitha came from a very broken home and didn't have the support system that Hannah Mae did. And so that turns out to be her crime and why she needed to die. They did not think that she had done anything wrong to Sophia, but they felt that when she was with her, that Hannah was bringing her up against people that she shouldn't. And again, the reality of those fears is questioned, but that was their perception. So that is why she died that night, is because she refused to be manipulated by the Wagners, because she refused to sign the paperwork giving to them. And finally, little Chris, all of 16 years old, just got his driver's license, was very happy and proud of that. Nobody had anything bad to say about him, other than he was the annoying little brother that had to tag along with Hannah Mae whenever Hannah Mae went to see Jake when they first started dating. And that, again, was because Chris and Dana didn't want Hannah Mae to be alone with Jake when she would be up there with them. His crime, again, you heard from Angela herself say that she thought that Sophia was red, she thought that she had an odor, and she noticed her touching herself, and she asked her, why do you do that? Asked a 2-year-old, why do you do that? And she said, Chris does it for bubblegum. That's what Angela says the response was. And from that, Angela extrapolates, obviously, this heightened fear that the Wagners have obsessed about, but she extrapolates that maybe little Chris is doing something to Sophia. And so that is the evidence that was used to make the decision to kill him in his sleep. So how do we get to this point where decisions like that are being made? And how do we know that the defendant, George Wagner IV, is involved? Well, again, at the beginning of this case, before you heard any evidence about the homicides, I tried to convey to you as best I could, talking to you about the women in the Wagners' lives. And you must have been wondering then, and maybe still a little bit now, what that has to do with the murders in this case, right? It was almost, let's say, soap opera-ish, but it's like, what does the fact that George used to date Tabitha and Jake was with this girl named Beth Ann and all that stuff have to do with it? Well, again, I hope that now you have a better feel for why that matters and why that is important. These issues with the women and children in their lives should never have led to such a drastic result, but it did. And again, I think you got a glimpse when both Jake and Angela testified, somewhat more, I think, with Angela, but how their minds worked when dealing with the women who gave them children, and especially when they lost control of those women.
Could I see counsel up here just a moment? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
We'll start with Tabitha. You heard from Tabitha, but you also heard from other people who had information about the relationship that she had with George and the interplay with the remaining of the family. George started the relationship with Tabitha when she was very young, around 10 or 11. We know that she came from a somewhat broken home, that she was traumatized as a child, and that nobody held anybody accountable for that. And again, this becomes a theme in the women who find themselves ensnared in the Wagner's lives. You'll recall that Angela encouraged Tabitha to go lay down with George, again, when she was 10 or 11, because he was upset and needed consoling because of something a grandparent had said to him. So again, this is just kind of the start of that whole process where the relationship is a family affair. We know after they were married, Tabitha talked about Angela basically tucking George in at night, rubbing his back, how she would have conversations with her about the type of sex they should or should not be having. We know that they accused Tabitha of being abusive, not sexually, but abusive, and capable or at risk of being sexually abusive just from the mere fact that she herself was abused. They accused her of stealing from them. They accused her of poisoning them with food. Again, these are all recurring themes that we see over and over with each of the women who stayed with the Wagners. We know she was not allowed to have contact with her family. Obviously, her offender, that makes perfect sense, but the remainder of her family, it does not. We know, especially once they learned that she had been unfaithful, that was a transgression that she committed. She was unfaithful after she and George were married. But you heard that they took her phone from her and factory reset it, and Angela kept the phone. Again, this family involvement in all of that process. We know that she had not seen her mother for over a year. We also know that on the night that she literally fled for her life, that George hit her, and Angela threw a 2x4 at her. Angela told you that herself. And she told Tabitha that she was going to get her gun. Again, this was a family affair. When Tabitha makes it outside, she said that she bit George because his arm was up and blocking her. Once she gets outside, she hides under a truck. And she says they're out there with flashlights looking for her. And we heard that from Angela that Jake and Angela went up to the neighbor's house in Hannah's car to see if maybe she had wandered over there seeking safety or trying to make a phone call. When they couldn't find her, they came back, and Jake and George got into a truck and went to try to find her. And they did find her pedaling on a bicycle, flat tires, trying to make it to the gas station so that she could call her mother. And we know this happened not just through Tabitha's testimony to you and not just through the parts of it that Jake and Angela corroborate, but also Hannah May herself corroborated this. And how do we know that? We know that because she called Chelsea Robinson. Remember Chelsea's testimony that she got this terrifying call from Hannah May saying that she didn't have much time to talk, that they had taken her phone and she was using one of their phones. And she said they told her that they would cut off her legs if she tried to leave. That's what Hannah said to Chelsea while this was happening. She said they had chased Tabitha out of the house, that Tabby got out and Angela got a gun and took off after her, and that Angela and Jake and George were looking for her. She told Chelsea not to call her back because they told her not to reach out to anyone. Of course, Chelsea was very terrified about all this, asked her if she was okay, and Hannah asked her not to tell anybody. And you remember from Chelsea's testimony that she said she did ultimately tell Chris Sr. about what was going on and how that upset Hannah Mae, because Hannah Mae was still with Jake and stayed with him for a few months after this, and how that came between them. At some point, I expect, and I think we kind of heard this from the questioning, the concept that, well, they didn't kill Tabitha, right? They went about getting custody the right way. They went to the courts. But again, let's review that. First of all, Hannah also, you will see in her communications with Tabitha, she talked about that night, and she said she didn't know what would happen if they had managed to get her back into the house. So that was Hannah's concerns, is that something bad was going to happen if they had gotten Tabitha back into the house. Instead, she fled. But what did they do then? They go to the gas station, and they called the police. George called the police at the behest of Jake and Angela, because the concern was that Tabitha would report George hitting her, Angela threatening to get a gun, them chasing her, etc. And that would not bode well for custody. So instead, they beat her to the punch, more or less, even though she herself did not call the police. She merely called her mother to come and get her for help. But again, they had no problem falsifying a police report to say that she was the aggressor. There's 4 of them, 1 of her. And so she ends up with a disorderly conduct charge that is amongst your exhibits that apparently she showed up and paid some bond forfeiture for subsequent to that. But again, this was what gives them leverage in the almighty custody battle, right? And when does that custody battle happen? Within 2 weeks, there is a typed up, prepared separation or dissolution where she's given away her son completely. Now, does she think she's given away her son completely? They would like you to think so. But how do we know that's not true? Well, we know it's not true because if you look at the language of the agreement, it says that visitation will be reasonable and it will be agreed to by the parties. Silly her thought that that meant they would discuss it and they would reach a mutual agreement. She had no idea that within a few months that was not going to be the case. She did not want bovine at that time because she was living with her former perpetrator at that time, her stepfather and her mother. But she wanted to be able to get him more once she got on her feet and got a job. And how do we know that's true? Well, because in your evidence, your evidence that you will have back in the jury room, you will see letters, and we talked about this. I had Tabitha read these letters to you. You will see letters from Tabitha to George in March of 2015. Within 2 months of going to court and signing that dissolution, she is telling him that she has seen an attorney, and you heard her say that she consulted with an attorney, and he said that she should try to work it out, without going through the courts and the expense of the courts, if she could. And so she sent him not 1 letter, but 2 letters, one by certified mail and one by direct mail. And we know he got them because they're still in his belongings when we go up to State Route 41. So clearly, she did not intend to permanently give up her son in that situation, or else 2 months later, she wouldn't be knocking at his door. And you'll see that she also left him a note saying that she was going to start exercising visitation every Wednesday, and he wasn't there. I'll be back next Wednesday. I'd like to drop off an Easter basket, etc. So again, the fact that they take advantage of her, she's unrepresented, she's young, and she believes them when they said that this was just a temporary ordeal. You also know that until they are arrested in 2018, they are still working as a family. And again, I think that's the important part of this, right? It's not just George doing this. It's Jake and Angela going to the neighbors. It's Jake and George going to the gas station. It's Jake and Angela suggesting to George they call the police. Then George calls the police. Then there's, this insistence that it be supervised visitations. Until they get arrested in 2018, they are still working as a family, all to make sure that Tabitha never gets any unsupervised visits with Bullvine. And frankly, hardly any supervised visits, as it were. You heard her talk about it. You saw the messages from between Hannah Mae and Tabitha where she's talking about how every time she wants to see him, he's, quote, got to work. And, Hannah suggesting, well, Angela's there, surely she could supervise. You just can tell that he is not accommodating to her. They moved to Alaska so that her child is definitely away from her. And when they get back, you heard talk about this. This is on the T3, the wire recordings, where they're talking about how they have to stay low until June 7th of 2018 so that George can claim abandonment. How about, that Tabitha wants to see her child. How about you just let her see her child instead of trying to put this wench between she and her son, which can't really make the child feel good either, right? And we know that Jake was having Hannah get information on Tabitha. So again, this whole family effort. We know that initially George was monitoring Tabitha's Facebook. He wants you to believe that was after they split up. She gave him her password, even though she told you she's never given her password. And that doesn't even make sense. Why after you leave would you, the night that you flee for your life and you never ever go back, why would you then hand out a password? Regardless, you heard from both Jake and Angela that first George was monitoring the Facebook, and then Jake and Angela also would participate, mainly Angela, but that as she was getting information, she was sharing it with all of them, with Jake and with George. We also know that there were screenshots of all these things. First, when we're at State Route 41, we have paper print-offs of lots of pages, Facebook pages, of Tabitha and her mother, Tess, and her sister. Then when we get the laptop from Montana, we see thousands of screenshots, again, from that. So this was a thing that was ongoing daily. And again, it makes no sense. George wants you to believe that, I just monitor it for a little while. And then I told my mom, stop doing that. Really? Because she's monitoring to make sure that Tabitha's not going to wage a custody battle to see if she's talking about hiring an attorney or whatever. And also trying to get dirt on her to use if there is a custody battle. So again, we'll talk about that a little bit later when we're talking about the reasonableness of what certain witnesses say versus the defendant. But just ask yourself, which is more reasonable in that case? Do you believe that he was just monitoring for her faithfulness, or do you believe that Jake and Angela and George were monitoring the Facebook all to combat any potential custody battles? Angela also freely admitted to you that, and quite honestly, Tabitha didn't know. When she testified for you, she thought, she had a hunch that Angela was the one, or George or Jake, had called the State Highway Patrol on her because she got stopped on her way back to her home after visiting with Bullvine at their house. And she just found it ironic that some, state trooper would just pull her over randomly and say that they got an anonymous call that she had drugs in her car. Again, that's for custody battle purposes, right? So again, another false report through law enforcement in order to thwart any custody attempts. Now, Angela denies doing anything to the infant child of Tabitha. Maybe it was somebody else in the house, I don't know. But again, it seems ironic that after she visits there, then her child becomes very ill and has substance in her body. At that time, she was still monitoring Tabitha's account, and there was conversations that Tabitha was having saying that just because she was not faithful, she was told by her attorney, is not a reason to show that she's unfit, that there has to be something more. And so this became something more, right? The State Highway Patrol, and potentially, her own child. Again, if they are willing to kill 8 people, then I don't think it's that far-fetched. Hannah Mae, very similar start in that she was young, not 10 or 11, but closer to 13 when she first started dating Jake, who was 4.5 years her senior, so he was almost 18 at the time they started dating. I did find it interesting that everybody seems to remember that story of how they met at the fairgrounds, and she had a pet rabbit, and they all remembered that, Jake, Angela, and George. Hannah was a bit different, of course, than Tabitha, and we talked about that, about how she had a better support system. She was less malleable. She had her own transportation eventually. And so she was different in that regard, but the Wagners did still try to dominate her time. And you will see that in the conversations between Jake and Hannah. And that was this 83 pages, I think. Some of those are cover sheets. But it had the various conversations between them and how he wanted her to always come to his place. He would never come to her place, just that sort of thing. And she's talking about how her family doesn't see Sophia nearly as much as Jake's family does, etc. So again, you see that, and you see that in her conversation with Tabitha, again, about the control that the Wagners exert over you. Ultimately, Jake chokes Hannah, and she calls her father to come pick her up, which he does, and that ends their relationship. I would point out, again, that I find it interesting that George said during his testimony that he wasn't home when this happened. He didn't know why it happened. He had no idea, because he's trying to convince us, of course, that he was oblivious to any problems between Jake and Hannah, right? And why is that important? Because the problems between Jake and Hannah are why they killed Hannah and her whole family. So he's trying to act like this is just that one drama that he did not know about. However, I probably don't have my glasses, but I'll try my best. Hannah says to Tabby in May of 2015, yeah, when Jake choked me, George brought up the fact that I got raped and nothing was done about it. But I never told anyone because the person who done it to me told me he would go away for a long time. If I could change time, I would. But now everybody knows it happened. So again, this family affair, right? Jake is choking Hannah, and George is there talking about the fact that Hannah was raped and nobody did anything about it, which again, as we know, is a big red flag for the Wagners. If you were molested and you didn't do anything about it, then you are a danger to Sophia and Bovine. And that's just the way they think. After that, you start seeing the journal entries by Angela, various things, time when George and Jake went and picked up Sophia to get her medicine because she had a bellyache, just documenting all those things. You see that Jake tries to get Hannah to sign his 50-50 papers, but Hannah won't sign anything. And not only does she say to Tabitha's mother that she won't sign papers ever, she says that to Jake too, to the point that the attorney tells him that he does not stand a chance of getting full custody of his daughter in Ohio because they were never married and Hannah's not an unfit mother. So armed with that, and again, due to the monitoring of Facebook that they were doing as a family of Tabitha and Tess, her mother, that's when they see the message from Hannah Mae when she says, "I won't sign papers ever, it won't happen. They'll have to kill me first." Angela and Jake both say that this message was shared and talked about amongst the three of them. And then that's when the plotting begins. We know that in January, that was December of 2015, we know that in January of 2016, they had made the decision that they were going to kill them. And you start seeing the purchases corresponding to that timeline, where they're starting to buy items to build silencers and such. We also know that Jake had Samantha Staley spying on Hannah because she lived close to Corey Holdren, and so he was having her, and you saw those text messages and you heard from Samantha, and that she stopped doing it when Angela called. Again, this family affair. Beth Ann, then, last but not least, in many ways, she was the linchpin in this case because when we were starting to listen to them in 2018 after they had come back to Ohio and Beth Ann was with them, we heard conversations, especially immediately before we had started renewed our investigative work, such that they would be a little more careful about what they were saying and doing. And we simply knew then that our theory of the case was correct, right? Again, it's hard to imagine that 8 people would lose their lives over such a flimsy motive, but it's true, right? You heard from the people who made the decision and how they made the decision. Right away, we hear George and Angela being very upset with Jake because Jake had the audacity to tell Sophia that she could call Beth Ann mom because, after all, she was her stepmother. And Jake had apparently explained to Sophia that Angela was actually her grandmother and not her mother, which was terrible as far as George and Angela were concerned because Bullvine was thoroughly convinced that Angela was his mother. And now, according to George, he was going to have to tell Bullvine the, quote, cold, hard truth. And you heard those recordings, and I would certainly invite you to listen to them again, but where he is, extremely upset with Jake. And again, just parroting exactly the same things that Angela says to Jake. Again, then George tries to convince us on the stand that, well, no, Bullvine knew that Tabitha was his mom. Well, then what was the big deal? What truth did he have to explain to him, if that, in fact, was the truth? And quite honestly, it would have been nice and polite of them to let them know that Angela was not his mother and that Tabitha actually was his mother. And that's where we drop back into their lives. Then we also hear conversations between George and Angela talking about Beth Ann and all the conspiracy theories that they had as to her. And then we hear, again, conversations between Jake and George, and this is in the truck when they're driving together, and George is just going off. And in fact, State's Exhibit 23, why do I have XX, EE? I'll give you the number later. But it is call number 502, and this was the lengthier call, but it is the call where George is absolutely losing his mind with Jake and telling him that Beth Ann has to get out of the house, that he does not trust her, that he does not feel safe having Bullvine in the same house as her, that he does not feel that Sophia is safe, that Jake is falling down on the job. He's not putting Sophia first. He's not making her a priority. Goodness sakes, you know, when he gets home from a week of driving, Beth Ann knocks Sophia over just to get to him before Sophia does. And tells him that she's leaving the door unlocked, or not leaving the door unlocked, rather. The door's locked, and allegedly Beth Ann is getting up in the middle of the night and unlocking the front door just to put them all at risk. And he's worried that she's going to kidnap the kids and take them to a cult in Texas, that she's going to molest them. She says that, or he says that they can move out, but if they move out, they have to leave Sophia with George and Angela, because Jake is not going to protect Sophia. George will. And I think this is an extremely telling conversation. Again, this was one of those early ones. And he's, you know, speaking freely, if you will. And it demonstrates everything that, if only we had recordings back in 2016 when they were leading up to commit these offenses. Because I would strongly invite you to listen to that recording again and ask yourselves if that is the voice or the demeanor or the attitude or the approach of somebody who would ever sit one out, who would ever not be involved if Angela was saying the same things then about Hannah and little Chris and Frankie and all the other people that were in the mix then whenever Sophia went to the Rodens. If Angela was saying the same things then, you know that George was hearing it and parroting it back and feeling just as strongly. You heard Angela talk about how she had a conversation with just Jake and George in the kitchen, which is where I think everything in their family happens, and asked them if they were sure about what they were doing, meaning the homicides. And she said none of them wanted to do it. They were all, quote, reluctant, but they knew they had no other choice. They had to do this to protect Sophia. So listen to this phone call, or conversation rather, between Jake and George, because it embodies exactly that. George is not going to let anything happen to Sophia, to the point that he's going to keep Sophia from Jake himself, because Jake's not protecting from big bad, you met her, Beth Ann, Elizabeth Armour, at the time was going by Beth. So, again, complete flimsy allegations in regards to Beth Ann, right? Similar flimsy allegations in regard to the Rodens. But they whipped themselves into a frenzy. And if anything, you can tell in this phone call or conversation that it's George and Angela that are leading the charge. It's not Jake and Angela. It is George and Angela. And Jake tries to convince him that he's lost his mind, that George and Angela are paranoid, and that they're going on a bunch of what ifs and whatnots, I think is what he called it, and just keep spinning themselves into a tizzy, which is exactly what was happening. But it was happening with both Angela and George. And again, like I said, if you listen to that, I think it captures the essence. Then what do we know about what they do with her? Well, they accuse her of being sexually abusive, right? Although Sophia recanted and said that she just said it because she doesn't like her or something, or Jake, never believed it. Jake never believed it. Of course, George and Angela did. They accused her of stealing money. You'll see in, I think it's the YY exhibits, Angela is keeping a journal, and she talks about this poisoning. Again, food type poisoning. So accuse her of being abusive, accuse her of stealing, accuse her of food poisoning, not allowed to have contact with her family. Sound familiar? Not allowed to tell them where she lives. Again, reminiscent of Tabitha, where they created a fake Facebook, which you will have in your exhibits as well. And you'll see on the fake Facebook, it says, you know, coming back from Michigan, working at the Holiday Inn or whatever. That's not exactly, I think it might have been a Super 8 motel. But just spinning this completely fake information so that anybody that was looking for her would be kind of thrown off the track. Same thing with Beth Ann. She was not allowed to tell her family where she lived. We know that Jake and Angela confronted her again in the kitchen. And during that confrontation, Jake was giving her the benefit of the doubt, or saying that he didn't know if she did it or not, but that if he ever found out that she had done it. You remember this, the Lucille bat from Walking Dead. He's talked very vividly about making a Lucille bat, stringing her up in the barn and beating her to death with the bat, and then burning the barn down to the ground, so her family would never find her. You know that she called what used to be her friend that she had lived with in Alaska, who was former law enforcement, and he talked to Jake and then got her back on the phone and said, oh, he didn't mean it, you know, minimized it, right? But at that moment, she knew that she needed to get out of there. She knew because she told you the things they were accusing her of, they had said Tabitha did. And she knew what they thought about Tabitha. So she knew she needed to get, well, the getting was good, right? And she talked to you about how basically it was this dance where George was pressuring and Angela was pressuring Jake to get Beth out. And Jake was slowly caving to that idea. And simultaneously, Beth Ann's trying to convince them to come up with this plan where, oh, you know, maybe you can tell them I'm a risk because of BCI, so I'll go to college, whatever. They're both trying to get out. And she does ultimately get out. Before she gets out, though, she writes in her journal. And again, that journal that, by the way, George texts to Angela. So again, the idea that he ever is not in the middle of the fray is preposterous. This is going on. The journal is found. George has it on his phone. He texts it to Angela. And in that is an incredibly, again, astute observations by Beth Ann. She was a very quick study. In less than 3 months of living with them, she had reached, you know, had all the information she needed and made her exit. But she talks about the controlling nature of Angela and this family. So I would invite you also to look at that. One of the things, and again, this is, you know, the idea that George wants to distance himself from this family. Oh, we didn't have family meetings. Well, you might call it a family meeting, but I don't call it a family meeting. Well, ironically, they do. Angela does. Angela says, when you get home, we have to have a family meeting. That's what they're called. And in this same call, George says to Jake, the family has spoken. The family has spoken, Jake. Not me, I'm telling you. Not my mom. The family has spoken. Mom doesn't want her on the complex. so again, George is very much in this, very much dictating, very much making determinations with the life of his brother and his brother's wife. He was married. That didn't matter. We're getting rid of her. So again, just kind of to encapsulate basically, why I find myself talking to you about the women in the Wagner's lives and the children and all the back and forth battles and crazy suspicions that they had and what they did when they were faced with those suspicions. Each one of these women, Tabitha, Hannah, and Beth Ann, had been abused as children, and nothing had been done about it, which again is a big red flag for the Wagners. They tried to control them as much as they could. For Beth Ann, the very first night of their honeymoon, they consummate the marriage, and then it's, give me your password, give me your social security, give me your bank account, give me everything. Give me all the keys to your life. Sync the phone with them, was GPS tracking her, all those things. At some point, called a private investigator to potentially spy on her or get information on her. Angela talking about sex with them. Why is that important? That's important, at least in our minds, because there is nothing that happens in that household that is not a group decision, right? That at least Angela is not involved in. Okay, so Beth Ann talks about it in her journal, that the most private of affairs she is involved in. They are always accused of being abusive, or at least likely to become abusive or permit abuse, accuses them of stealing, accuses them of poisoning, demands that they relinquish all control of their children. Even with Beth Ann, she had to sign the prenuptial that she wouldn't, try to get custody or anything if there was a divorce. And they're willing to resort to crimes if the women don't cooperate, right? So we know with Tabitha, assaults aside, right? Keep in mind the vividness of Tabitha's testimony to you was when he hit her, she said, "You just signed your divorce papers." Good for her. Good for her with her upbringing, that she was able to recognize that as wrong and had the strength to leave at that time. The violence aside, Jake choking Hannah, he describes it as holding her with his arm here on her collarbone. She certainly perceived it as choking, and we know that because it's all over her conversations that you'll have. That aside, the falsifications, the Facebook hacking, stalking them, and not just Tabitha, right? Certainly Tabitha's mom didn't give any passwords away. We never heard anything about that, but Tabitha was very clear that she never gave George or anybody else in that family her password, and they did not have permission to be in her Facebook. That's a crime. You'll see it in your indictment. So, calling the state highway patrol on a false, wasting resources. Again, they are not afraid to resort to crimes, and of course, ultimately, the crimes that they committed in this case. Spying on them electronically and or in person, violence or threats of violence to get compliance or control. Again, one of the conversations between Jake and Hannah is a girl emoji with ironically, four guns pointed at her head, and she says, "This is what you want." So again, very strong awareness by the girls that they won't stop at anything when it comes to the children. With Tabitha, obviously Angela threatened to get her gun. George assaulted her. They chase her. She hides. They call the police on her. They tell Hannah Mae that they'll cut her legs off if she tries to leave that night. And they tell Beth Ann that they will beat her to death if they ever find out that she actually did the sex abuse. That
Objection today, and then.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is argument, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Let the prosecutor proceed.
they tell her that they will beat her to death. And, you know, she denies, of course, ever sexually abusing anybody, in particular Sophia. And she talked about how hard that was because how could she disprove that? And again, the whole family affair, the fact that they are all involved in each other's business, that this very much is a Jake, George, and Angela at 260 Peterson Road. You know that Billy was off living at the Flying W. We know from the tower dump that Ms. Forney gave us that on the night of the homicides was the first night that Billy ever spent the night there. So it is, by and large, Jake, George, and Angela at 260 Peterson working together and making these decisions. You know, using different addresses. They had Beth Ann use a different address so that Tabitha wouldn't find out where they lived. They each used the Oak Hill address of Rita. That would be the farm that Rita had to sell to pay for her attorney fees in this case. And so they used that, even though they never stepped foot in there, they never lived there for one day or 1 hour. They knew they were going to 52 Havner Lane because that was Angela's now deceased father's home that she was inheriting. And they purposely did it to hide their whereabouts from Tabitha until June 7th. You've got that on one of your recordings where they're talking about, oh boy, Angela's upset because Beth Ann is going into town. She's going to work at some place, can't remember now the location, but some of Tabitha's family apparently works in that same general area, and the fear is that they'll find out. And it's talked about there, the June 7th date. So that is a recording available for you as well. We know that Jake was making recordings of his interactions with Hannah, and we know that George is there on 2 of those occasions. And one of those occasions, again, he says that he didn't know that Jake was making a recording, but you can listen to it and make that determination for yourself, because it sounds an awful lot like he's making that comment so that it's captured on the recording, because when Sophia gets into the car, he confronts his little niece and says, why are you so filthy? Don't they know how to give you a bath? Again, why on earth you would say that to a 2.5-year-old child, unless you were doing what these recordings were meant to capture, which is negative. Reviews regarding Hannah and her parenting. He also is in the background on one of those, and you can hear him saying, hurry up, get out of here before Chris and them come up here, and then very urgently trying to get him, Jake, to not drive past Chris's house. George couldn't explain that to you. I can't explain it either. But again, very much involved, very present, very much aware of what's going on between Hannah and Jake, because he's with him all the time. He works with him all the time. Again, he wants to put that distance between them, but that distance does not exist. They live together. At the border, he says he and his brother run the house at Peterson Road, that they take turns making decisions.
Objection. Yeah, what said at the board is not enough.
Well, it is when I ask him about it on the stand, and he confirms it.
Well, counsel approaches. overrule the objection. As I indicated before, the arguments of each attorney are not evidence. You must rely on your collective memories to what the evidence is. I'm going to permit each attorney to argue what they feel, within bounds of reasonableness, what they feel that you should find that the evidence is. But you'll have to rely on your collective memories as to what the evidence is. Let me also say that the order of which we do things is a matter of long-standing. The prosecutor goes first in these arguments. The defense counsel will have an equal opportunity to present argument after the state, and then the state has an opportunity to present rebuttal argument. So you may proceed with your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may recall that when the defendant was on the stand, I asked him about that because he was saying how controlling his mother was. And I confronted him with the fact that that's not what he said at the border. That at the border, he rebuked that idea that his mother was controlling in response to the agent saying, oh, your mother is so controlling, she probably masterminded this whole homicide, etc. To which he very quickly came to her defense and said she wasn't controlling, that he and his brother owned that home. She lived with them because she had medical conditions and babysits for the kids, and that he and his brother Jake were in the house. This is what he said at the border, okay? That was before he came to you and sat here and needed to say something different because he no longer wants to be in cahoots with his brother, right? He no longer wants that relationship with his brother because if he has that relationship, he knows that you'll know that they were all involved in this together. Okay. Again, asking other people to spy on them. So again, why do we go over this? Basically because it gives us a bird's eye into the dynamics of the home. And like I said, Beth Ann was really the linchpin in that we were hearing conversations and then her journal just kind of said what we thought all along, right? They're all together when it comes to the safety and welfare of Sophia and Bovine, and they will do anything to protect them. Okay, so the second part of that question was how do we know the defendant was involved? Well, I've already kind of touched on some of the things that I think are indicative, just from a common sense. The judge is going to tell you that you should use your reason and common sense. We don't leave that at the door. There's no magical, mystical standard we use here when deciding this case. It's tests that you use in your own lives every day in deciding whether or not something adds up or makes sense, is believable. You're also going to be instructed about direct and circumstantial evidence. Now, you'll recall, we talked about this in voir dire, if you can remember back that long ago. The circumstantial evidence. The court is going to instruct you that you can consider circumstantial evidence to have the same weight as direct evidence. Again, based on the quality of that evidence, based on whether or not you believe it. But for instance, circumstantial evidence of going to bed at night and there's no snow on the ground. You wake up in the morning and there's snow on the ground. You can assume, you can make an inference, that's circumstantial evidence that it snowed overnight, right? Very strong evidence, almost as strong as if you saw it with your own two eyes when it was actually snowing. Unfortunately, you might see some of that in the near future. So we'll talk about the circumstantial evidence in this case because there's a lot of it. The ballistic evidence, the shoe evidence, the silencer, the purchases they were making, the custody documents that they forged. There is a lot of circumstantial evidence that is almost as good as us actually being there and seeing them commit these crimes. We also have direct evidence that we did not have when we first arrested them in this case. And the direct evidence is testimony of witnesses who were actually there. And this brings us back to, you'll also remember in voir dire, we had some lengthy discussion about being the captain of the high sea and being responsible for the law enforcement on the waters where there's pirates who are taking in perfectly innocent civilians and having them walk the plank and plunge to their death. And the only people that we have to find out what actually happened on that pirate ship are other pirates, right? So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk to you about the instruction that you're going to receive on how to weigh this evidence of Jake and Angela. But you will also be getting an instruction on how to weigh the testimony of any witness, right? You know, things like the opportunity they had to see what they're talking about, the reasonableness of their testimony, their demeanor, their frankness or their lack of frankness, their accuracy of their memory. Again, it's great that they're written down and we fall back on that, but these are things you guys use in your everyday life, right? Does it make sense what they're telling you? You know, someone comes up to you and says, no, it didn't snow last night. Well, I can see that it did, right? You know, so, I mean, the believability of it certainly comes into play there. We also have what the court will refer to as other acts evidence, and other acts evidence can be tricky in that you will be instructed that you cannot use it, they would say, for propensity, okay? So basically, so I committed a bunch of thefts. Just because I committed a bunch of thefts doesn't make me a murderer, right? Nor does it even mean that I committed another theft, a subsequent theft, right? So you can't say, oh, well, just because you are a bad guy or you've committed crimes means you're likely to have done this too, right? But you can use other acts evidence, so the information about all of the crimes that they did commit together as a family, right? We heard about that. Pretty awful, right? Pretty awful way to raise your children. So that you're teaching them how to commit crimes, making games of it, right? And punishing them, right? Giving them $1, I don't remember. I think the $1 was for the cameras. Could be wrong about that. There was another game for spotting police. And if you didn't spot the police or the camera, because I don't remember which one it was, before your dad did, then you lost your four-wheeler. And the other game was you got $1 every time you spotted either the officer or the camera, right? That was at a very young age that that started. And it progressed. And he taught him to pick locks. And he taught him to steal fuel and things they needed. And you heard Jake talk a lot about they would steal stuff that they needed on the farm to keep the farm going, right? Steal loads out of tractor trailers, right? There's discussion, diapers or boots? Which one are we gonna steal? Open it up, see what's in there. Is it worth the risk? Is it worth the effort to steal it? So, and the arsons, right? The arsons for insurance fraud purposes that they committed together. Again, just because they did that does not mean that they progressed to murder, right? Certainly not. But what it does show us is this behavioral fingerprint, and they'll talk about that, about how they function as a team, how they function in one of the charges as a criminal enterprise, right? They are out there. I mean, George talked about then after, you know, they would buy cars cheap.
Objection to this, Judge.
You're doing what?
We approached this.
Let the prosecutor argue. The court, ladies and gentlemen, you have the evidence. You'll have to rely on the collective memories concerning the evidence. The court will instruct you as to the law. but you must apply to the evidence as you find it. The argument of counsel for each side is not part of that evidence. The argument of either attorney is not. You may proceed with your evidence.
Thank you, Honor. George talked about getting cars that were up on blocks and getting them cheap, and then that person would report them stolen. And I didn't follow the scheme myself, but he was, telling you that he was still out there engaging in those kinds of activities. He talked to you about the first time that he committed a crime like that without the help of his family. He was kind of proud of this moment, right? And this is when he told you that he and Chris came up with the idea to wreck his truck because Chris needed money and he needed money, and they would wreck the truck and they'd both get money, and they were supposed to split the money in half. I think maybe that didn't happen. But he was all proud that this was the first time that he had committed a crime without the help of his family. Never mind that Chris is his uncle and Jake is his brother, but he meant specifically Billy and Angela. So again, the fact that they commit these crimes as a family and similar patterns, right? For the arsons, they know in advance they're going to do it. They come up with the idea, right? Then they prepare for it by moving the belongings out of the home so they don't get burned to a crisp in the fire. And there was a tale from people about the, one picture of Angela's that always survived every fire, So planning and then committing the offense, again, together. Jake says that he and George were inside the house when the turkey went into the fire and set the fire. And Tabitha told you that was her belief as well. George obviously denies that and said that he was out working on his truck and that happened, and that he was against it. And but he knew it was going to happen, so he did participate in getting the stuff out of the house, his stuff and Tabitha's stuff out of the house. And then they cover it up, right? They forge fake receipts to cover things up. So again, that whole working as a unit. Angela talked about being a lookout, right? When he was stealing fuel the one time. And, again, so they're taught to spot surveillance cameras. They're taught to spot law enforcement. Is taught to work as a team. So again, those things you are allowed to consider just for his identity as a part of this criminal enterprise and a part of this conspiracy. And later we'll talk a little bit more about complicity as well. There's also, I talked about circumstantial evidence. Again, you'll get an instruction that you can consider that the same. So let's talk about the circumstantial evidence specifically that we have in this case that says that George Wagner participated in these crimes. They're before you today. And again, keep in mind, and I said I will talk to you about complicity probably towards the end when I'm reviewing the actual charges with you. But he doesn't have to be the person that actually pulled the trigger, right? You heard that Jake Wagner pled to 8 counts of aggravated murder because he pulled the trigger as to 5, according to him, but he was complicit in the remaining 3. You heard Angela Wagner say that she also was guilty of 8 counts of aggravated murder because she was complicit in it, because she knew what they were going to do. She aided and abetted them. She purchased items for them to use during the offense. She helped them cover up the crimes afterwards, tried to help them cover up the crimes ahead of time by buying shoes that we would consider throwaway shoes that they would never normally wear and would not be tied back to them. So again, she didn't even go up there. She didn't even go up there. And you will hear in the complicity instructions that you don't even have to be present in order to be complicit in a crime, right? So, and certainly, she pled guilty to 4 counts of aggravated burglary, and that's what caused all that confusion when she wrote her letter to Frederica, basically saying, don't believe everything you see on TV. Like, I didn't go into those homes, and my plea makes it appear that I did. Likewise, I pled guilty to those gun specifications, even though I never had a gun on my person that night. But again, you were complicit because you knew what was going to happen. You knew what they were going to go do. And you aided and abetted them. The shoes certainly are a very strong piece of circumstantial evidence. Keep in mind that from I won't say day one, but shortly thereafter, you heard the testimony from Suzanne Elliott, who works for BCI, about the initial findings at the from the crime scene, right? That there were shoe prints left in blood that they knew had to belong to whoever committed these offenses, or at least one or two of the individuals that committed these offenses. You heard that she figured out what shoes they were, and that she ultimately figured out that we had two different sizes, a size 10.5 and a size 11. And she told you, make sure I get this right, because these item numbers versus evidence numbers. So item 21, which is it's these two, 23 and 47. You guys remember this? Those are the size 11s. And then 24 is the 10.5. So you have two of the size 11s in the crime scene, in blood. And you heard from both Suzanne Elliott and Mr. Boziak, who reached the same conclusions across the board. Those were their findings as to scene one. And I think Ms. Elliott actually gave us more detail, mostly because I don't want to belabor anything for you guys. But in that the blood pattern on the shoe was different too, right? So, you know, the size 10.5 had a different pattern of blood on the bottom of the shoe, you know, where the blood stuck because they stepped, you know, different than the size 11. So that was an additional way for them to tell that these were two different left shoes. Thank goodness they bought two different size shoes that day. So we know we have a size 10.5 and a size 11 inside that crime scene in blood. And then we go to State Route 41 and we find a receipt for those shoes. And you heard testimony from Special Agent Jenkins. You heard from Ms. Eveslage. Maybe that was the third time you heard from her. But she went back to the command post and looked up that date and time, and sure enough, pulls up Angela Wagner buying those shoes. We had collected the video ahead of time. We told you about that because we knew for sure it was this shoe. So we had video footage of anybody who had purchased those shoes in a 50-mile radius recently, right? Because one of the other things that they were able to tell about this shoe is that it had no wear on it. So it had to be a new shoe because there was no RAC, I think the randomly acquired characteristics that you get, you know, when you step on things. I won't show you the bottom of my shoe. But it didn't have any of those. And it was very pristine shoe prints, which you don't get if the shoe's been worn a while because the things, you know, the parts of the shoe on the sole, the texture that makes the prints gets worn off. So we knew all that. And here we have them buying these shoes on April 7th, 2 weeks prior to the homicides. Angela goes in and buys these shoes. We have the receipt. Special Agent Jenkins goes to a Walmart, pulls up the SKU on that ding, 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 match, exactly the same shoe. Again, a size 10 and a half and a size 11. So we know that they are in there. Now, couple that with Angela's statement at the border, which you got to hear. Is that true? Maybe not. I can't remember now. But she was questioned about her statement there, and she indicated that she had bought the shoes for her boys. Now, she claims...
You may proceed. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is argument of counsel. Defense counsel is given equal opportunity.
She said that she bought the shoes for her boys and that she threw them away the same day because they didn't like them, because they were the type of shoes that Pawpaw would wear. When I asked her who Pawpaw was, she indicated it was Bob Wagner, who is Billy's dad. So we know now that that's our circumstantial evidence before we ever get to the direct evidence of Jake and Angela and what they say about the shoes, right? We have Angela Wagner buying 2 pairs of shoes, she says, for her 2 boys, and we know that both of those shoes are in the crime scenes on the night of the homicides. Pretty strong circumstantial evidence. The next pieces of circumstantial evidence that we get are the ballistic evidence, right? So we do a search warrant out at Peterson Road on the day that they vacate the premises to go to Alaska for a couple weeks or a week while they're scoping it out. And we find shell casings, cartridge casings in the driveway at 260 Peterson Road. And they match the cartridge casings that were left behind in scenes 2, where Frankie and Hannah Hazel are, and scene 3, where Dana and Hannah Mae and little Chris are. It's a positive match, meaning it's the exact same gun. Fired the cartridges that we found at Peterson Road are was the same gun that killed Hannah Hazel, Frankie, Dana, and Hannah Mae and little Chris. Again, very strong circumstantial evidence. We went back a few days later and did another search where we got even more shell casings. I think he stopped at 12 as far as making positive matches, because at some point you don't need to do any more. And it's more than just a field, match, right? It's under a microscope and going through the process required in that. So again, very strong circumstantial evidence. Somebody who either lived there or at least fired a weapon at 260 Peterson Road had the same gun that killed 5 of our 8 victims. And we know that that property was deeded to Jake and George, who lived there with their mother. The 1911-22, also very strong circumstantial evidence. Ultimately, you heard Matt White say in July of 2017, which was a couple months after our search at Peterson Road when they found these shell casings, that he finally got a breakthrough and was able to figure out that that weapon that likely caused the tool markings on the cartridge cases that were left behind was likely a 1911-22 Walther Colt. And they found that out because the BCI lab in Bowling Green ran across one of them, and the word was out. He belongs to a lot of organizations and certainly to BCI, and was asking for help in finding, because it was such a unique marking, and he felt that would help him a lot. So it wasn't the gun that was used, but it was a gun that was similar enough, and after talking to the engineers in Germany and finding out that was a unique firing pin that caused those unique tool markings, he concluded that we were looking for a 1911-22. And where does that 1911-22 turn up? Well, none other than in Jake Wagner's hand. When we get that Montana laptop, there's iPhone backups from Jake Wagner's phone, and in that backup, there is a picture of this gun on January 31st of 2015, a date you'll remember. And then there's a picture later of it. The gun is just on the floor in the January photo, and then there's a picture of it later, actually in Jake Wagner's hand. So now we have what we believe could be the murder weapon in the hand of one of the Wagners. We also have a gun list. Not same phone. We got that from when Special Agent Scheider took Jake Wagner's phone. We saw this gun list on the phone at that time, right? And you'll remember that gun list. It has just a list of weapons. In fact, I think Mr. Parker went over it with the defendant when the defendant was on the stand. And it was a list of who had what guns. Now, you've heard from Jake Wagner that actually was an inventory of the guns that they owned in February of 2015 when he first made that gun list. And then I think it was revised a few months later. But on that gun list, we had the 1911-22, which again, at that time, we felt was the likely type of gun, anyhow. And we had an SKS 762 by 39 listed as belonging to George, the 1911 belonging to Jake on that inventory list. So again, this gun list was also further circumstantial evidence. Maybe not quite as strong as our ballistic evidence and our shoe print evidence because those are specific, but we had the type of weapons that were likely used in this case listed as belonging to the Wagners. And we knew that 762 by 39 was important because you heard from Matt White about the heavier grain that tool ammo actually was, and that he knew from his initial ballistics review that was a heavier grain bullet that had been used. We also had additional information from Chris Newcomb that George was a Glock guy, that he liked his Glocks, and that he had helped him get a .40 caliber Glock back during, closer to the homicides, and that he had met, Randa had gone with him, and they had met the guy that they were buying it from at a rest stop.
Would council wish to take a morning break at this time?
Sure.
Would be
Yes.
good time to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. It's 11 o'clock, so we'll be in recess until 11:15. At that time, the jury is to assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up to the court by court personnel. While you're on this recess, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research at all concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or any witnesses. With that, does council have anything further before we recess? All right, we're in recess until 11:15. Jason bring them up?
Yes.
You may be seated. The State of Ohio's council may resume closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, sorry. Talking about circumstantial evidence regarding the defendant specifically. Clearly, the circumstantial evidence of just how controlling they were as a group, especially the subset of 3 that lived on Peterson Road, in regards to their girlfriends, wives, mother of their children, and how obsessed they were about gaining custody of their children. The Facebook hacking that was going on, again, is circumstantial evidence. We discovered that, again, once we got the laptop from Montana. We first found those hundreds of pages during the State Route 41 search, but then when we got the laptop, we found thousands of screenshots. And again, that is circumstantial evidence as well. False exculpatory statements are circumstantial evidence. So, and also a strong indicia of guilt. So anytime you're giving a false story about what happened or where you were or what you did or anything, that can be indicia of guilt as well. And the false story that we got from every single one of them was that everything was great between Hannah and Jake, right? There were no problems, like a little sister to me, love her with all my heart, loved her like a daughter, all that stuff. Couldn't say anything bad about any of the other rodents either. But then we see the Facebook message from Hannah Mae saying that she won't sign papers ever, they'll have to kill her first. And we know that in 4 short months later, she and 7 members of her family are dead. So that's circumstantial evidence, right? We can see that the relationship is not as they're being described, but for some reason, they're describing it as great. And specifically, the defendant was one of those people. Purchases of parts to build a silencer. All along, we thought that a silencer was used in this case just because of the close proximity, especially when you are in scene 2 with Frankie and Hannah Hazel, and when you are in scene 3 with Dana and Hannah Mae and little Chris. We always believed that there had to have been a silencer used, in particular at those locations, but also potentially we knew that the SKS was shot from outside, and assumed that there was a silencer for that too. So here we get financial records, and then the financial records, the bank accounts then require you, the follow-up to that is to get subpoenas out to eBay or various stores, Tactical Innovations or whatever, where you see them making purchases from, and then get the details about those purchases. So we have them buying parts, various parts to build a homemade silencer. And we also have them Googling, searching how to do that, a solvent catcher. You heard about that the solvent catcher is screwed onto the end of the barrel, and it's purportedly to catch cleaning fluid, but if you alter it just a little bit, then it becomes a silencer for your gun. They're canned matching responses. Again, circumstantial evidence when they're all saying kind of the same things. Billy not returning the phone calls of Chris, even though we see Chris Sr. calling Billy's phone repeatedly on the night of homicides, and it going to voicemail, and him checking voicemail, but him never calling Chris Sr. back. Again, circumstantial evidence that he knew that Chris was deceased. Billy staying there at the house for the first time that night, right? The tattoos, I don't want to belabor this too much, but again, this is circumstantial evidence. At least we would submit that it is circumstantial evidence. Twofold, or maybe threefold. First fold is just the fact that the three boys went to get tattoos together in early June, just a little over a month after the homicides were complete. They all go together to the Shamrock tattoo place. Jake gets Cummins pistons, but Billy gets a scorpion tattoo on his trigger finger. So right along where you would rest a gun when you are shooting somebody. That in and of itself was, we considered circumstantial evidence, because certainly the scorpion represents death, and on your trigger finger was suspicious. But then we later couple that with, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but the Boondocks movie, that we see that movie clip being watched on the night of the homicides, approximately 4 hours before Chris and Gary are laying in a pool of their own blood at scene 1. So around 7 o'clock that evening is when Jake's phone Googles that video clip, and of course you already heard from him that he watched it, and he showed his brother as well. And we knew the theme of that was two brothers who do vigilante type killings. They just kind of select who they believe deserve to die or should die. And there's a religious component to it. And so we knew that much. And we knew that Jake had dyed his hair to look like Norman Reedus being the Daryl in The Walking Dead, and one of the brothers in this Boondock Saints movie. And we knew that from Chris Newcomb, that he had dyed his hair along with George, and that Jake specifically said he did it to look like Norman Reedus. And then you've got him watching this video clip. And then you have this scorpion tattoo, which took a while longer to figure out, or to, again, what we believe is circumstantial evidence in this case, is that at the very end of the second Boondock Saints movie, the dad of the two brothers, kills his best friend. You heard after Cross, I think Mr. Parker asked Special Agent Scheider if a Glock was in Boondock Saints, and lo and behold, yes, it was a Glock that the father used to kill his best friend in the ending scene in Boondock Saints 2. And before he kills him, though, they have a discussion about the scorpion and the frog, and I had Special Agent Scheider talk about that. Some of you may have heard this parable before then, but the whole, you shouldn't trust me because that's my nature, right? The frog was too trusting, and he ends up dead. and the scorpion kills him midstream, even though it also means that he goes down because it's his nature. The scorpion can't help himself, and the frog shouldn't have been trusting. So again, is that proof positive? Do we know for sure that that's a fact? We do not know that that's a fact. Nobody has told us that that is a fact. However, again, it does seem suspicious, and we consider it circumstantial evidence, given that they watched the Boondock Saints video clip that night. It is about two brothers and ultimately a father who go out doing these vigilante killings. George's tattoo, you heard from the tattoo artist, and he indicated that he drew that on George. But you also heard from both George and the tattoo artist that they do look through books ahead of time while they're waiting to get their tattoo. I'm sure much for the ladies in the jury, much like I suppose the hairdresser, where you're looking through and getting ideas that you might want the person to try on you. And that he thought that the skull idea might have come from George, but he couldn't really remember, but that he free-handed it on George and, you know, see if he likes it, and then he goes. Again, it seems awfully ironic that there is a skull with crossbones, not just a skull, but a skull with crossbones, which is obviously the universal sign of death, with an 8 ball in it when there are 8 victims in this case, and then 3 aces instead of the traditional 4 aces that the tattoo artist said. He usually does either 4 aces or 3 aces and 2 eights, the aces and 8s, that is the dead man's hand, right? So, again, are the 3 aces Jake, George, and Billy? You know, again, we found it suspicious that that tattoo ends up on his arm a little over a month after the homicides happen. Circumstantial evidence, again, the way the family functions, just their obsession, their how they let things get carried away as far as their suspicions and their reactions to those suspicions. The silencer that we pulled out from the well at Peterson Road is strong circumstantial evidence, right? Again, we saw them buying the parts. Now we have a silencer that has all those parts that we saw them buying. The mag light, the freeze plugs, so the adapter, and it was used. And again, now we know that it was a template that misfired and didn't work well, and so they resorted to something else. But at the time that we pulled it out of the well, we didn't know that, but that still was extremely strong circumstantial evidence. Again, at the cistern at 260 Peterson Road. And we got information from the Maglite company that that Maglite itself, because there's serial numbers, because people do actually use it to make homemade silencers, and you register it with ATF using the serial number of Maglite. So that's why Maglites have that serial number for you. And we got information from the Maglite company that that particular Maglite was manufactured in January of 2016. So we knew, for instance, it wasn't some former owners had been there for years. This was a more recent occurrence, and certainly after January of 16, which is we knew when they had started making the other purchases. The burned up DVR that we found at their home, right? Again, very highly circumstantial evidence. Why do you buy a DVR in March of 2016, put it up on your home, and then take it down and burn it? Before we had the direct testimony of Angela and Jake, that was strong circumstantial evidence, right? That they bought a 3-year warranty for that item, if you'll recall. So, and we were able to positively match it with the, we purchased the DVR system and compared it to the burned up item, and you guys all were able to see that, and there's photographs of that for you as well, demonstrating that it is an exact match. The familiarity that the family had with the victims in this case, we know that Jake was in Dana's home the week of the homicides, putting up the crib for Kylie. You heard on the video surveillance that he got a tour of that location. And I believe the defendant said he was with Jake one time when he picked up Sophia from that location. But we knew that whoever committed these crimes had to know the family fairly well, because we knew that Dana and Hannah and little Chris had just moved into that place 30 days prior. So somebody would have to know them well enough to know that. Kind of ruled out the drug cartel, because people that are, just have dealings with one person isn't going to know the extended family situation. But again, we knew that they had been in each of those homes. Jake used to live or stay sometimes with Hannah at the location where Frankie and Hannah Hazel were, and they had been inside of Chris Sr.'s home as well. Again, the Boondock Saints video clip, watching that shortly before what we believe to be the time period of the homicides, when it is two brothers carrying out those crimes, using 1911 22s with silencers on them, homemade silencers, wearing black ski masks. Other similarities that we saw was one point they're hiding in a container at a warehouse and they come up and they jump out and start shooting. And I already talked to you about the father killing his best friend at the end of that. So again, we wouldn't have even looked at that or thought about that if that video clip had not been played that night. So again, that was strong circumstantial evidence in that we already believed that the 1911 22 was used in this offense. Both of them dyeing their hair, right? So I believe Jake said that it had nothing to do with the homicides, and by that meaning in an effort to dye their hair so that if they lost a hair at the scene, we wouldn't think it was them. It has more to do with the fact that they dyed their hair to look like the brothers in Boondock Saints, right? And specifically, Jake admits that he dyed his hair to look like Norman Reedus. So again, they both dyed their hair the week of the homicides. We got that information ahead of time from Chris Newcomb. Obviously, that has been since confirmed by Jake. The custody documents that they filled out on April the 3rd. Again, these were forged documents, right? They were printed out on April 3rd. You will have these. It's CC 295A through C. That's the actual physical exhibit. We got that out of State Route 41 in George's truck, in a tub, actually on top. There's photographs from that search at State Route 41, and you'll see the plastic tub. It's got a clear lid, and it's got those, actually the Hannah one, right on top. So you will be able to see those. I think we either passed them around or showed them to you enough that you knew it is a raised notary stamp. So it's not like it's a document that was on the computer that they printed off the computer that was already filled out. They printed out a blank one, they filled it out, and then put that notary stamp on it, not noticing that April 3rd had been spit out by the computer at the bottom of those. And there are 3 of those, right? There is what I call if I die before I wake, I want my child to go to Jake, right? The Hannah Mae custody document that she allegedly, they made it look like she filled it out in December of 2014. And why is that an important date? Well, A, because it was Christmas Eve that they put on the document, and arguable or logical that maybe Rita would have been around such that she could have put her signature on that or notarized it. And that was also getting close to the last holiday it was the last holiday that Hannah spent with them when she was still with Jake, because she left him, broke off the relationship in early 2015. So they had to make it a time when everything was still good between them. And then likewise for the boys, they each fill out one of their own, right? So if anything happens to us less than 3 weeks from now, while we're trying to kill 8 people on Union Hill Road and Left Fork Road, if anything happens to one of us, whether we get hurt, killed, arrested, I want to know that my child is secure and will go to Angela, our mom. So they both fill that out. They also both forge those, forgery being defined, and we'll go over the charges later, but backdating is forgery. You can't fill out a document so that it looks like it was filled out at a time different than when it was actually filled out. So, but again, strong circumstantial evidence, right? Why are they filling out custody documents in Hannah's name so that if she turns up dead 2.5 weeks later, Jake gets custody? Or if something happens to one of them. So again, strong, very strong circumstantial evidence. And again, those documents were found during the State Route 41 search. The video evidence from their surveillance videos from State Route 772 and Left Fork Road. This was from the Boondock Saints. Okay, so you will have this map in one of your exhibits. This is Exhibit X. And this is the map, the red being the crime scenes, which you'll recognize. And keeping in mind that 799 Left Fork Road is not accurate. I think you heard the testimony about how Donald Stone walked to the nearest mailbox because Kenneth did not have one. And so that's how that kind of got memorialized in the wrong way. It's on our diagrams, et cetera, but it's actually 1084 Left Fork Road is where Kenneth resided. But the purple things on there are where the surveillance footage is located. And you will see, and we do have a guide, but again, circumstantially, there's 2 vehicles. That is what we first noticed, the 2 vehicles that were traveling very close to one another in the early morning hours of April 22nd of 2016. So this is the one where we did the jury view, and we drove the route that Jake said they drove, basically, with the caveat that once you go either right on 772 or left on 772, that, let's point this out. Once you go either right or left, then there's multiple ways to get down to Left Fork Road, and Jake was not sure which route they took after that point. But you can see this actually also corroborates Jake's testimony in the fact that there initially is that single vehicle that you see going down to Left Fork Road. And that's when they go by to check on whether or not Kenneth is there and what's going on down there. And then later you see both vehicles go by, and that would be when Jake and Billy are in one vehicle and George is following in the vehicle that they purchased from Uncle Toddy. So, and you'll be able to see that, and like I said, you'll have a guide that tells you, along with the adjustment for the time, because one of them is like 14 minutes time difference, but that's all clearly spelled out. But then you can see them going left the second time, and then they get picked up on the 1475 camera. And and keep in mind that George stopped off at the turnaround up the road from Kenneth's house on that second trip. So, and then you also see them coming back when they're done, basically. So you will have that, the videos and all that. But again, circumstantial evidence that those vehicles were involved in the crime at the time we saw them, because that was, basically at that hour, the only traffic that we had. But now it corroborates Jake's testimony as well. Okay, so let's talk about the direct evidence that we have in this case. So the direct evidence, again, is the testimony of people that were present, and some physical evidence, can fall into that category as well. But we will talk to you about, again, you will get an instruction on how to weigh the testimony of an accomplice. So you will be receiving instructions on how to weigh the testimony of people in general. And you're not to disregard that. You're to use that same thing when weighing the testimony of any witness, whether it's an expert that has additional instructions for you, whether it's an accomplice that has additional instructions for you. You'll be told you should weigh the defendant's testimony by the same standard. So that standard that you're given, you should still use when weighing the testimony of the experts and the accomplice, in this case, Jake and Angela. But you will have additional ones. And one of those instructions, I think I mentioned to you in voir dire too, that all of you, I think, said you would want to hear from the other pirates on the ship, but that you would go into it with your eyes wide open and you'd want to know that, they're telling you the truth, right? And that they don't have any hidden motives or hidden agendas, or they're trying to get out from underneath something, whatever the case may be, whatever factors you guys wanted to know. The instruction that you will get, and I think, again, I mentioned this in voir dire, is that you are to regard their testimony with grave suspicion. And that sounds very grave. But again, if you find that you believe them, you're also going to have an instruction that one person's word, if believed by you, is sufficient to resolve any disputed fact. So if you believe, and of course that's the if, right, then you can convict somebody based on the testimony of the other people that were there and participating with them. Again, otherwise, there aren't any saints on the pirate ships, right? We don't have any other witnesses available to us other than the other people that were participating in these crimes with them. Okay, so let's talk about Jake and Angela's testimony. The first thing I would say is, obviously, Jake Wagner gave us a lot of information. Not us here in the courtroom, but us during his proffer, and then led us to some evidence, right? His testimony was corroborated by physical evidence. He led us to the murder weapons. He led us to the weapon that he initially tried to modify, ammunition that he didn't even know was in there. All these items in these concrete buckets that we find at the bottom of the lake at Flying W. So we know that he is telling us the truth about something, right? Because this isn't, he can't imagine the buckets into existence, right? He'd been locked up. You heard November 2018 is when they were locked up. You heard that April of 2021 is when he entered his plea of guilty. And so he gave us that information, gave us that physical evidence. He also gave us the truck that they used. And keep in mind that these are not things we knew about, right? We did not know where the weapons were. We very much wanted to know where the weapons were. We wanted to know where the victims' phones went to. We wanted to know where the DVR systems and trail cams and such went to. We'd never, ever been able to find that. Now, you guys have also been to the Flying W. You've been to Peterson Road. We're talking, obviously, the Flying W, much more vast because that's thousands of acres, but even Peterson Road is a big enough property that you could theoretically hide that stuff anywhere, right? So, but he gave us the physical evidence. He gave us the truck that they used, and we were able to recover that truck from Katie Wagner, the cousin of Jake and George Wagner, and she came in here and she told you what happened. That morning, in the very early morning hours, Billy Wagner comes rolling up to their house, unannounced, not expected, and in a hurry, by the way. You know, so before the sun has even risen, before they're out of bed, he's at their house, bringing a truck for Katie. Here's this truck for you, Katie. And then expecting Bobby Wagner, his brother, to take him back to Peterson Road, which was a good distance. And was in a hurry, you heard her say, because he said that he was going on a trip with Chris Roden. So there's obviously no reason to doubt anything that Katie Wagner had to say to you. She also said she was so excited about finally having a truck or a vehicle that she titled it the same day that she got it. And you will have that title, and you will be able to see that it was titled on April 22nd of 2016, which would be the day that she got it, and obviously the morning of the homicides. So again, what Jake had to tell us was corroborated with physical evidence that we didn't know about. It was also corroborated with physical evidence we did know about. So that was helpful to us. Then we talked to Angela Wagner, and she corroborates what Jake Wagner told us. They basically corroborate each other. And the magical and mystical thing about that is, as you heard, she was not provided with her son's statement. She had no idea what he said to us when he sat down with us. She testified that she still does not have that, and that's on purpose. We don't want her to have that. We don't want her to change her testimony or fill in gaps or, you know, borrow memories or try to make it sound the same. We wanted to know from one of the other participants in these homicides, we wanted to know if we could bank on what Jake was telling us, right? And she does completely corroborate. And I don't think we should take that lightly, right? For instance, you know, she already said that she bought the shoes for Jake and George. Jake says that she bought the shoes for he and George, and that he and George wore those shoes that night when they committed the homicides. That he wore the 10.5 and his brother wore the 11s. We know that there's a 10.5 and an 11 in that scene. And Angela tells us, and tells you, that when George and Jake and Billy had to go down and get their feet measured and traced and molds made of their feet, she was having a discussion with George afterwards because, recall, she felt terrible because at the border she kind of flunked that test, right? They threw the receipt at her and the video at her, and she wasn't prepared to respond to that. They knew we had metal detectors. They were all, you know, prepared to respond to the ballistics. Because many people shoot out there, right? But she didn't have an answer ready for the shoes, and she felt bad about that. She told you she felt bad about that. But she says when she's talking to George about it, he says, one of the shoe prints is mine. I wanted to smudge it out before I left, but my dad said, no, come on. Don't worry about it, come on. That's what she tells us. And that, again, matches what Jake has to say about who wore the shoes and who was in scene 1, right? Where the bloody shoe print is. And that's specifically the shoe print they were talking about. That's what had been shown to them, was the shoe print that was in the blood at scene 1. So now we know from two different sources who didn't know what anybody had to say about it. And I want you to think about that too. You know, we'll talk about weighing the reasonableness of what people are saying, right? Is it believable what they're saying? Do they have motives to lie to you? Etc. Think back to George's phone call in 2018 when they could feel the noose tightening around their neck, basically. They knew that arrests were inevitable. And so they were starting to line up attorneys. They were visiting attorneys. They were deciding who was going to hire who, how we were going to pay for this, who should get the best attorney. If you'll recall, George wanted Angela to have the best attorney, right? Do you remember that? Because he wanted her to remain free or be the one to beat the case the quickest so that she could take care of the children, because she was best suited for taking care of the children. Again, this is all on a call that George made to Angela in 2018. I believe it was August of 2018. And he says that he wants her to have the best attorney so that she can get out. So armed with that, Angela very easily could have said, I knew nothing about this. I knew nothing about this. I'm going to say whatever I have to say to get myself free from this, because that's what my boys even want. George wants me to be free. But that's not what she did. And that's not what Jake did, right? Both Jake and Angela tell you they are guilty. Jake is guilty. Angela is guilty. They don't deny that. They don't lie about that. They don't blame somebody else. They could have all said it was Billy. Billy is the one that's kind of ostracized from them. He's the one that's over here. We could all just say it's Billy or whatever. Or Angela could have assumed that Jake took the full blame. She saw him stand up in court and plead to 8 counts of aggravated burglary or aggravated murder. She heard that he had pled to all the counts in the indictment. So she could have assumed that he took full blame for it and just made up a story that said that. The reason their stories are consistent, the reason their stories match, is because they both finally decided to tell the truth. Right? And we insisted on it as much as you can insist on that, right? I don't want false statements. I don't want, the only thing we are interested in is the truth. Who actually committed these crimes? How did it happen? And you heard, you know, I know that Mr. Parker has called this the deal of the century for Jake Wagner. The deal of the century. But let's just talk a little bit about that. First of all, he pled guilty to every count in the indictment except for the death penalty specifications, which we dismissed in exchange for him telling us what happened. Not just telling us what happened, but you heard from Special Agent Scheider that the victim's family was consulted in this. And as you might imagine, if this was somebody that you loved, you would want to know what happened. More than anything. Some of them got the peace of mind they were looking for because their loved one was sleeping. Some of them did not, but they wanted to know. And they wanted us to do the deal so that they could learn what happened and so that we could get physical evidence so that we could hold all 4 people who committed these crimes and killed their loved ones accountable. It's no good if just 1 or 2 of them are held accountable and the other 2, if they're involved, escape. That's no good. So armed with that, we sit down with Jake, and you heard for a very long time, close to 12 hours, over a period of 2 days. First, he tells us where the evidence is. We go and get the evidence. Corroborates his story. And again, He certainly wasn't telling us what we wanted to hear. We did not know half the stuff he told us, right? We were wrong about the order the victims were killed in. We had no idea about this drug deal ruse. We were constantly perplexed how it was that Chris and Gary were awake when they were killed. Maybe because Kenneth was coming over to take a shower. We had no idea. Or they thought that's who it was. And they opened the door and that's when things happened. There were a lot of things that we did not know that he told us that then made all the pieces make sense, right? So yes, regard his testimony with grave suspicion. We did. We certainly did. We didn't want to be tricked. We didn't want to fall into a trap. You know, they worked together. Maybe they had a plan ahead of time that, you know, Jake was going to take all the blame, or they were going to pin it on Billy, or whatever. You know, we didn't want to fall into a trap. We wanted the truth. So we went and we sat with him, and we heard basically everything he said to you guys when he testified, unfortunately, over a period of 4 days for you guys. But again, it was his testimony and his statement was corroborated by the evidence we already had and the evidence that we knew nothing about, but that we then had and could use regarding anybody else who was involved in this case. Angela Wagner, this is her son. Ask yourself, what motive would she have to say that George was involved? If George wasn't involved, why would you do that to your son? You would say, Jake, Billy, and I did it. Or just Jake did it. Jake and I did it. Whatever you say. Why would you say that George was involved if George wasn't involved? The same thing with Jake. Why would you say your brother's involved unless he is involved? And remember, Jake, this is really 2 things about his statement. He told you, and I asked him, he wanted to make sure his statement was recorded because he wanted his family to hear his words. He didn't want us paraphrasing or telling them what he said. He wanted them to hear his words. The other thing that he asked us, and you will have his plea agreement, it's TT1, I think is his guilty plea, and I think TT2 is his defendant's agreement. The defendant's agreement is, look, here's the rules. Here's the rules that we're going to play by. You're going to be truthful. You're going to give complete and accurate. You're not going to hide behind I don't remember or I don't know. You're going to answer our questions. You're going to tell the truth. And if you do that, we're going to dismiss the death specifications against you. And because he asked that the death penalty also be dismissed against his family if he testified truthfully in any of their cases, because he didn't want them getting the death penalty. We agreed to that. Again, after consulting with the family, right? He didn't do this plea to get his family in trouble. It's the opposite. He's trying to get them as much out of trouble as possible. The other thing that he asked us, that you will not see in this agreement, not something we agreed to, right? But he asked us if there would be any way for him to be able to see his family one last time, his dad, his mom, his brother, and hug them before they go to prison for the rest of their lives. Now, if you're lying about them being involved, if George is completely innocent, didn't know anything about this, and I'm saying you helped me murder people, not a stealing fuel offense, but you helped me murder people, Do I expect you to hug me? How ludicrous would that be? Now, I say it's probably a little naive of them to think that they're probably going to have any warm fuzzies anyhow, although I guess maybe his mom, since she decided to also come clean. But, again, some of those things are the telling things that let you know that what they are telling you is true. The fact that their statements are consistent. You know, they were all together when they bought the shoes. She went in there and bought the shoes for them. George helped buy the truck, you know, went and got the money out of the safe to buy this truck. You know, those kinds of things are corroborated between the two of them, even though she didn't go up on the hill, right? The purchases that she was making for these homicides. All of those corroborate each other. You know, again, getting ahead of myself here a little bit because I'm certainly going to talk about George's testimony. But the differences in their testimony was very stark, right? George and Angela just answered the questions. I got a whole lot of I don't remembers out of George Wagner when he was testifying. Even though he could remember things when he was a child in great detail, you know, he could seem to remember what he said at the border to the agents, you know, for a 4-hour interview, which one would think, you know, again, that's a pretty unique situation that you would remember exactly. And he did remember some things, right? He remembers saying, when I was questioning him about the fact that he called his grandmother a whore, called his 4-year-old niece at the time a bitch, called Randa, Tabitha, Beth Ann, and I threw in Hannah in there. Because at the border, he had said that he heard that she had turned into a whore. And he remembered that. He remembered saying that, because that's inconsequential. But he said he didn't remember a whole lot of things that mattered, right? But we'll talk about that. So what did we get from Jake Wagner regarding George, right? We get that George was involved in the purchase of the murder truck, the truck that they used the night of the homicides, sorry, and that George helped him modify it. He helped him build that frame, and you saw our interpretation of that contraption. We based it on what he said under oath, you know, during his testimony. And I think Special Agent Scheider indicated that he went back and looked at the transcript, but, you know, he said he had the 2x4s vertical, not horizontal. So we made it, and he even said 4-inch versus the 2-inch. And so we did that and put the platform there, the plywood on there, just as he said, and he said he screwed it in. So that's what we did. But he said that George helped him with that because he needed help with that, and then also helped him put either the straw or the hay on top of it. He still doesn't know which it was, straw or hay, that night. He indicated to you that George was, quote, always the SKS guy. Jake was the 1911-22, and his dad was the 40 Glock. That's who had which weapons. He indicated to you that a few days before the homicides that Billy told George that he wanted George to shoot Chris in the head from a distance so that Chris Sr. would not know what was happening, so that he would be killed instantly and never know what happened, and certainly not know that Billy was participating in this crime against him. We know that George was present when the shoes were bought. We know that George wore the shoes the night of the homicides. We know that George also wore ski masks. They had the black ski masks, the kind that you just saw inadvertently, I think, on the, you know, in Boondock Saints. We know that they had on dark clothing. and that he crawled into the back of that truck with Jake. And they had their weapons back there with them, and they went up to the hill. And you'll recall a moment that Jake relayed that on the way up there, Billy stopped the car and opened the gate to the truck just to make sure that everybody was feeling like this is still something we're going to do, right? And you know that they then proceeded to go up there, and that when Jake got out of the vehicle and George got out of the vehicle, that George had the SKS, and that they both laid under two different trucks and in the prone position, and George, again, was supposed to be the one that shot Chris, which again makes sense because the gun, SKS, is listed as belonging to him, first of all. And we now know from Jake that that is an inventory, not a wish list, despite the fact that George tried to convince everybody it was a wish list. And we also know that George doesn't like the SKS, right? Jake doesn't like the SKS because he had one that jammed on him. He found it unreliable. So just ask yourselves, if you're going to kill people for the first time in your life, presumably, do you take a gun with you that you don't like and that you find unreliable? So again, that makes sense. It internally and externally, Jake's statement makes sense that George was the one who had the SKS and was supposed to shoot Chris Sr. that night. You heard testimony from the defendant that Jake has vision problems at night. That's why when they drive together, George drives through the night, right? So again, you're shooting from a distance, not a great distance, but a distance. And you've got that oil filter there on the end of the SKS, not helping with the vision much. And then Jake tells you that Chris passes up and he gets to the spot where George should have shot and George doesn't shoot. He doesn't know. He doesn't know if George froze. He doesn't know if George couldn't see, didn't have a good line of sight because of that oil filter. He doesn't know because he never discussed it with him. But then you heard that Billy came out there and asked what was going on and had Jake take the weapon instead and told him he had one more chance and he heard his dad telling Chris to call his phone to see if he could find his phone, which brought Chris to the door. And then you heard that Jake shot him then. Again, very tight group. You'll see the photographs, very tight group of shots on that door frame. But then we know that Billy was inside the home. Jake was not inside the home. Jake was doing shooting of his own. He said he heard 2 shots. You heard from their expert that sometimes you don't hear all the shots that occur. It doesn't even matter. Again, he was firing shots himself. And we know that Billy was inside the home and that Chris and Gary end up dead. Then you know that Jake says he gets the keys and goes up to the grow room to start working on getting cameras. You also heard that Billy is frantic. I think Jake described him as having a nervous breakdown. I'm not sure if that was on direct across. But he was very upset because the plan didn't go as it was supposed to, right? It wasn't all nice and neat and tidy. He had to get his hands dirty. He shot his best friend, what he calls his best friend. And he hadn't anticipated having to do that. And he did not react well, right? So he's outside, just kill me, just shoot me. I just killed my best friend. He's upset. So Jake spends some time calming him down, talking him through it. George is standing there too. ultimately, Jake goes in and gets the keys from Chris and goes up to the grow room. He says when he comes back down, he goes back into Chris and Gary's home and retrieves a cell phone. And he says at that time, both Gary and Chris's body had been drugged back. He wasn't there. He doesn't know for sure who did it. But we know that both Jake and George's shoes are inside that. And what else do we know? Well, you heard testimony that Billy, quote, broke his back. Now, George was kind of scoffing at him the other day about that. But that was before January of 2016, because it was when they still owned their truck, that truck and trailer that they got from Bernie Brown that burnt, and that was the end of their cattle business. But that, he was gone by himself and apparently got squished up against a wall and claims that he broke his back. We at least know that the defendant can beat him up, right? Because he bragged about that. He was pretty proud of himself about that. So, and we also know that the defendant ironically uses the same term to describe, Jake uses the same term to describe the defendant as the defendant used to describe Kenneth, which is he's as strong as a bull ox. So we know that George is a strong guy. He considers himself stout, is what he said. So, lifted an engine block, maybe not out of the car, but onto a trailer or something, he said. So, think to yourself, what is the logical answer here? Again, it's kind of like that SKS. Billy, who has a broken back, who is obviously not as strong as George, and who was just a frantic mess over killing his best friend, do you think he's the likely choice to then drag Gary and Chris's bodies back to the back room? Again, in the end, it doesn't much matter. We know that George went into that room, and we know that he stepped into blood, and we see it on our diagrams exactly where that was. Then we know they went to Frankie's, locked, will come back. They go past Dana's. Dana is not home yet from work. They know that she's working late. They go down to Left Fork, see what's going on down there. They come back and park back at Chris's. They are in Chris's truck at this point. Jake was not a part of that decision. So either George or Billy or the two of them together made that decision. And it's a smart decision from the aspect of if Kenneth sees you pulling up, he thinks it's his brother Chris. If Dana sees that vehicle pulling up, she thinks it's Chris. So there's no alarms that go off before they can make entry into the home. So then they walk back down to Frankie's, and this time they try the back door. Jake tells you that he breaks his knife off in that door. Now, you're going to see the concrete buckets, and you're going to see the knife, and I think I even showed it to him. And he said, yeah, that's the knife, but the tip's not broken off, is it? At which point I showed him the damage, and again, you'll have these exhibits. The damage to Frankie's door where the metal was sparred. So I don't know. I don't know if part of the metal to the door broke off, and that's what he heard, or that's what he saw, and he thought it was the knife. I have no idea. But then he makes entry through that back window. And he says he hands his gun to his dad, slithers in to that house. First goes checks on Frankie and Hannah Hazel, and then opens the door to let his dad and his brother in. Now he told you that he's not sure if his brother came all the way in or if he just stood on that back porch. But he goes back to Frankie's room and shoots both Frankie and Hazel. And then he starts looking for their phones, which he doesn't find. He doesn't pick up the rounds at that residence because he believes that it's too messy and he's not going to be able to find them. And he also told you that he did not think you could do ballistic comparisons on the rimfire shell casings. So he had some comfort in that, thinking that we couldn't compare even if we did recover anything. And then he tells you that his father fired additional shots. And then they exit the home. And he took great care to lock the back door so that Brentley wouldn't get out. And then they go back to the truck that was at Chris's at that point, and they get into the truck. And they go to Dana's house. And allegedly the door is open, they walk in, they were prepared to pick the lock if they needed to, but they said they didn't need to. And Jake said they didn't need to. And they go into that home, and once again, you will see the size 11 shoe print in that home, so we know that George was in that home. And Jake tells us that, by the way, after he was done shooting Chris, and we know that he shot 6 rounds, because that's the number of projectiles that are recovered at that location. And he said at that time he gave the SKS back to his brother. And he says that his brother had that SKS when he was inside scene 3 with Dana and Hannah and little Chris. And he says at some point, George is behind him and facing, is by the door and facing little Chris's room. And he also says that while he was back killing Dana and Hannah Mae, that his dad was in the kitchen area and George he believed to be in that living room area, such that if anybody came out of little Chris's room, that he would be prepared to deal with that. He told you about how he killed both Dana and Hannah, that at some point he was in between that area. I know what else I was going to say. When you are looking at again, the shoe evidence, and you'll probably remember this because we specifically asked Ms. Elliott, and this is V21, but it can be used in conjunction with the other photographs from the scene, but she testified that the shoe print was facing towards little Chris's room by the front door is where this shoe print was and the direction it was facing. So, and that was the size 11, again, left shoe print that was left there. So again, Jake's information continues to be corroborated. That was something that came out in trial. That's not something, that he's making a statement around, right? That information of the direction of the shoe was at that point unknown. So he talks to you about how he killed both Dana and Hannah, that Dana was on her phone. He could see that she was, and later discovered she was on Facebook, and that he kind of froze until Kylie started crying, and he saw Hannah raise up as if she was going to nurse her baby, and at that point he took 2 steps into Dana's room. She saw him and gasped, and he shot her 1 or 2 times, he couldn't remember, and then he walked back and did the same thing to Hannah Mae, who also turned and saw him and made an audible sound. He told you he then went to little Chris's room. Well, actually, he said he came out of Dana's bedroom. He went back into Dana's room and shot her some more because she was making noises. And when he opened her door and he saw in the you can go into Dana's room 2 ways. So he had stepped in through here up top, but when he exited, it was out here through the kitchen. And when he opened the door to exit, he said that his dad was standing there with this 40 Glock. He was staring down the barrel of his dad's 40 Glock. Again, Dad prepared in case anything goes south to do whatever he had to do if somebody came out of that room armed or otherwise. He said George was right behind his dad at that time as well. He went into little Chris's room, shot him in the back of the head repeatedly. Chris was most likely asleep. And then he went about picking up shell casings and gathering phones and phone cords and such. And then they exited that residence. Went back, got in the truck, went back to Chris Sr.'s where they got the truck that they had bought from Uncle Todd. They drove down to Left Fork Road, and you heard Jake's testimony that George stayed at that pull-off. And he and his dad, who were in the same vehicle, drove right up to Kenneth's. And his dad got out of the vehicle and entered the residence, and he said he saw a flash, and his dad came back out, and then they went about doing what they had done at all the other locations, which is to gather any surveillance cameras or other items that they could find. And then he went back drove past where George was, and he said he thought his dad signaled to his brother, and his brother followed him back up to Chris Sr.'s, and then they all piled into the truck that they had bought from Uncle Todd and went back to Peterson Road. And then Jake tells you that once they were back, they drove back up to the barn, which is where the truck had been parked because they were keeping it out of view so people didn't see it. And he set about destroying the physical evidence, right? Burning the clothing, anything that could be burned was burned. Said he ran out of fuel with his torch. And tried to cut some of the objects up, tried to destroy the firing pins, other things that would be helpful to investigations in trying to do ballistics, etc. And that he then dug a hole, or that actually George helped him dig a hole in the barn near one of the posts so that they could bury the property, or that property temporarily until they could get it out and further dispose of it. And then he talks to you about, going off to do something and being called back to the home and, finding out what had happened and what he did throughout his day. And he also talked to you then about everything that happened after that, right? All the paranoia that they had. I haven't obviously gotten to Angela's statement yet, but Angela talks about Billy talking to Jake and George and her one time out by a fence saying, are you sure you guys want to do this? You need to understand that once you do this, your lives will be changed forever. You have to be very careful about where you're talking, who you're talking to, no cell phones in the same room when you talk, put the cover over the TV, run water, or whatever, when you're talking. Very, very paranoid about being detected or being overheard by people investigating the case, right? So they all believed that, right? They all believed that they could be being listened to. And turns out, later, they were being listened to, right? So, but the efforts that they went to try to throw the recordings so that we thought that they didn't do this, right? You know, like with the gun list, right? The gun list is a wish list. We don't really own an SKS or a 1911-22, you know, those sorts of things, right? And we know that both he and George participated in those sorts of things, you know, conversations in the truck, conversations on the phone, etc. And that up at the border, you know, that we were supposed to say that we were all having a family night, we were watching a movie, we were up late, except Jake told you he forgot what the movie was. He told the wrong movie. But they had these canned responses, right? These alibi. I mean, it's an alibi, right? It's an alibi for each other. They were trying to alibi each other. And George was involved in that as well. George told people not to talk to us. You know, told Chris not to talk to us. Don't talk to them anymore. Told them they didn't have to show up on the for a grand jury subpoena. You know, and he knew that Chris Newcomb had told us that he's a Glock guy, that he got a 40 Glock. That probably made George mighty nervous. And we know he was involved in the cover-up of the custody documents too, right? Because we have a phone conversation between Angela and Rita. This is a 2017 conversation where she is saying, remember, Mom, remember George stopped over and told you that we just recently did that in April because the kids wanted it updated, and so they just put the old dates on, the original dates on. Like, that's all on a recording. So we know that George is involved in trying to cover that up too. So again, you know, these things that Jake tells us are corroborated.
Could I see Counselor?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break at this time. A little bit, maybe a little bit shy of an hour, but 1:30, we'll be recessed until 1:30 for lunch. While you're at lunch break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research concerning the case at all from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with any participants, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel decide anything further before we recess till 1:30?
No, thank you.
And we are in recess until 1:30. Jury assembling. Jury in Please be seated. Is counsel for each side ready to have the jury brought up? You may be seated. Counsel for the state of Ohio may resume closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. There was one other thing that I wanted to remind regarding the silencer that we pulled out of the well. We also pulled out the tool ammo from there that matched the SKS, that 762 by 39 ammo. So just reminding, since it's been such a long trial and so many pieces of evidence. And I said the one call that I wanted you to listen to, that is quadruple I-23A. I'm sure you all remember that, but again, it's call number 502. Okay, so we were talking about Jake's statement and what we learned from his statement. And I already talked to you about weighing the credibility of each witness. And again, that is no matter what witness they are. And one of the things, again, is I'll just read it to you. The tests include the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the witness's manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity the witness had to see, hear, and know the things about which they testify, the witness's accuracy of memory, frankness, or lack of it, intelligence, interest, and bias, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. And then you assign whatever weight you think is appropriate to each witness. And again, it says the testimony of one witness, if believed by you, is sufficient to prove any disputed fact. So again, I would just ask you to apply those tests when you're looking at both Jake and Angela's testimony in this case. And ask yourself, what motives would they possibly have to lie on their son and on their brother? It gets them nowhere. Why would you take down a perfectly innocent relative of yours that you were obviously so close to? I mean, when we listened to those 2018 recordings, you can tell that George and Angela are the ones that are really leading the charge and are in sync with one another. So again, there'd be no reason for her to make this up. But they didn't. You know, what they told us was the truth, as horrific and as disturbing and disgusting as the truth is. Let's focus then on George's testimony. Again, I told you will be instructed that because Jake and Angela are accomplices, that you are to regard their testimony with grave suspicion. And you'll simply be instructed that you are to weigh the defendant's testimony the way you would weigh anybody else's testimony. But I would submit to you that you should weigh his testimony with grave suspicion, because he had nothing but self-serving testimony, from his opening statement to things he said at the border, to things he said on the wire, and certainly the things he said on the stand when he testified in front of you. And what is his motive? To be dishonest, right? Well, we know at the border it was to protect himself and his family. They had all had that same alibi. That was to protect each other, right? They were alibying each other, basically. Obviously, he told you that he knows that if he comes in here and says he committed these crimes, that you're going to find him guilty and that he will face a severe penalty. He told you that anybody who does that should get the death penalty, right? And up until today, he was facing the death penalty, but because his brother lived up to his end of the bargain and came in here.
Objection.
You want to approach? Ladies and gentlemen, again, I just remind you that this is counsel's argument for each side, and each side will be given a fair opportunity to make argument, but the argument itself is not evidence. You'll rely on your own, you rely on your collective memories for what the evidence is. All right, you may continue.
Okay. As you know, the defendant is no longer facing death penalty in his case. And obviously that was not pursuant to anything he did.
Objection.
But even though he's not facing the death penalty, he understands that if he's convicted of the remaining charges and specifications, he still faces a potentially very severe punishment. You guys will no longer take part in that process as we drug you through all the individual voir dire and talk to you about that process. I think we did also tell you that there was a possibility that that would not happen. So you will be instructed that you cannot consider punishment when you are making your decision about guilt during this, during your deliberations, which frankly would have been the same case anyhow, because it was a two-part phase previously when there was death penalty as a potential, because you first decide whether or not somebody's guilty and then you decide what their penalty is. Regardless, the defendant understands that if he's found guilty, he probably will not see the light of day for a long time at least. And we also know that what his mantra is, right? In that same call, or in a call with his mother, he apologizes to his mother and says, don't get mad at me, but the only reason you and Dad ever got into any trouble is because somebody always caves and somebody always crumbles. And I'm not going to cave. I'm not going to crumble. That's what he told you. That's what he told us on the recording. That is the way he conducts himself. When he's faced with an investigation or suspicion, he's not caving. He's not crumbling. So let's talk about not just the lies that he told, but why he told those lies. And keep in mind that unlike Angela, who does not have Jake's proffer, Jake does not have her proffer, the defendant certainly does. That's part of discovery. He's got to have it. He tells you, or you were told in opening statements. Now, opening statements are not evidence, just as closing arguments are not evidence. But you were told in opening statements that Frankie is his best friend. And he repeated that on the stand for you too. We know that's not true. So why? Why does he want you to believe that he and Frankie are best friends? Well, because he thinks that that's compelling, that if Frankie's my best friend, surely I wouldn't have participated in killing him. And we all know the absurdity of that, right? Because first of all, Billy and Chris, best friends, right? Actual, possible best friends, at least saw each other a lot. Whereas we know that the defendant acknowledged at the border, and I asked him about this on the stand, that when Frankie turned 16, he and the defendant drifted apart. Those were his words, drifted apart. Not, we're still best friends. It was drifted apart. We also know there's a 4.5-year age difference between the defendant and Frankie. We also know that Frankie turned 16 in 2012. That's 4 years prior to the homicides. So again, the veracity of that statement that he is best friends, he indicated that he had never met Hannah Hazel. He didn't know the name. He didn't know Ruger's name, the name of Frankie's youngest son. So again, how good friends are you if you don't even know somebody you've been with for at least 15 months, right? And you also heard from Chelsea that there was a rift between them because George had reached out to Chelsea at some point. And he admitted on the stand that there are no phone messages to be found, no Facebook messages to be found between them. He, of course, denies knowing or actually being the one that blocked Frankie on Facebook, but the fact remains, Frankie is blocked on the defendant's Facebook. So again, not only did he lie, but why is he lying? Again, because he thinks if he can convince you that Frankie was his best friend and Hannah was like a little sister to him, that there's no way he could be a suspect in this. He also told you that he ran away when he was 16, and that ever since then he's been trying to get away from this terrible family of his, this terrible family who he recognizes as terrible, and he wants no part of. So again, let's line that up with what we know to be true. First of all, his version of running away, nobody else ever talked about, right? He didn't ask his mom about it. They didn't ask Jake about it. They didn't ask Chris Newcomb about it. They didn't ask the pastor about it. Nobody else on the planet says that George ran away when he was 16, but the running away involved him driving down the interstate to Kentucky and realizing he didn't have enough money for gas or enough gas in the tank, and he turned around and came back. I can't imagine that there are too many of us sitting here that have not tried something similar where you run away from home because you're upset with your parents. He didn't say he was upset with them because of the terrible things they were doing with their life. It was because they were telling him to stop doing terrible things with his life because he was out all night doing things that his mother didn't approve of. And he didn't like to be told not to do those things. trying to get away ever since, that's just malarkey. I mean, that's just not true. They bought Peterson Road together. They moved to Alaska together. Both of those homes were in George's name. They tried to go to Missouri together. That was George's find. George was researching R&L and wanted to move to Missouri when he thought that they could get jobs there and find a place to live, until the loan fell through. And then they moved to Ohio together. They worked together every step of the way. You heard that Jake and George worked together in Alaska. You know, the same owner of the garage there, Buddy's Garage, wrote identical language regarding Jake too. You know, what a great worker he was. And in 2018, we have him telling his mother on the recording that he wants to move out west with her and Jake and the kids, someplace far away where they can just live peacefully with one another. So again, the idea that he's been trying to get away from them ever since he turned 16 is a lie. It's just a lie. Why? Why is he lying? Again, because he's got to put some distance between him and the other two that have confessed, right? He can't be associated with them anymore, because otherwise you might think that he participated in this crime. And he certainly wasn't disgusted with them in any way. You know, you heard that he continued his life of crime, and in fact was, again, proud of himself. In 2016, September of 2016, 5 months after these homicides occurred, when Jake and Chris wreck his vehicle to get money. So again, it's not that he, you know, recognized the error of his life and the life of crime that his family was leading. That was not the case at all. He also said in opening statements that Jake was the favorite child. And again, we know that he did not say that at the border. I asked him about that when he was on the stand. And his response to the agents, and again, was that his mom has never given him a reason to think that Jake is the favorite child. So, again, why does he want you to think that? Because then maybe that makes it more likely that Jake and Angela were in on something that he was cut out of. Even the Andrew Carson call, you heard that this was like the performance of a century that Jake did. Well, I think Andrew Carson said he dropped the phone, and there was no indication that George was present during that. That's not come to bear. So again, just these things that are put out there that are not false. And ask yourselves, why do they want you to believe those things? Let's talk about the lies that he told at the border. Now we know why he's lying at the border, right? Because again, at that time, they're all denying. They're all going to alibi each other, and they're all going to convince us that none of them are guilty, because nobody has turned state's evidence at that point. So that is when we had a family night until 12 or 12:30. My son usually goes to bed around 12:30. My very young son goes to bed at 12:30. He goes to bed for an hour, then he gets up to have apple juice. We watched a fairy movie. It was Sophia's pick. You have to watch it. They all had to stay awake for it, because if you don't watch it, she twists your ear. So again, a very elaborate lie, but we know it's a lie. Because at a minimum, Jake wasn't sitting there at 12:30 watching a movie, because we know the three of them, Jake, George, and Billy, were up on Union Hill Road killing Chris and Gary just before 11 p.m. when Chris's phone is seen calling Billy's phone. And we also know that that was the lie, right? That was the ultimate lie. That was the alibi lie. And it was to protect himself and his family. He said he never saw those shoes before, even though his mom admitted that she bought them for them, that they saw them, that they didn't like them. But he denies it. And that's mostly because he wasn't prepared for that question. Like I said, they knew we had metal detectors out there. There were media helicopters up there. They told you that. And none of them were ready for that question. But again, George just went with his normal approach, which is deny, deny, deny. He said everything was great between Hannah and Jake. That's what he said at the border. Again, that is all to protect them. He knew that wasn't the case, but he said that it was so that we would believe that there was no motive at all for anybody in the family to have committed this offense. He said his family, and specifically his dad, was not involved in any of the drug operations, drug grows, drug trafficking, drug anything with Chris Sr., that he did not know about it. Again, he gave a very elaborate lie and said, if we would have known about it, why would we not have just snitched on Chris? Okay, and this is, you're being confronted with, you killed the rodents, you had a motive, blah, blah, blah. He's trying to convince us there is no motive, he's not involved with the drugs. And if we were aware of the drugs, why wouldn't we have just snitched on him? Which is kind of an odd thing to say, first of all, because it admits that you have some axe to grind with them, but also, again, that was the original plan. The original plan was to snitch on Chris. So he told on himself without realizing it, because at the time at the border, again, they were all lockstep. They weren't caving, they weren't crumbling. Nobody was going to tell what actually happened. So he was comfortable saying that, right? Now, it's a very telling thing for him to say, because we heard from Angela Wagner that that was actually their original plan. But he comes up with that at the border. He says his mom is not controlling at the border. Again, I talked about that, where we were accusing her of masterminding this. So again, he comes to her defense. She's not controlling. Jake and I run the store, or run the house. Either way, every lie that he told us at the border was to protect himself and Jake and Billy and Angela. They were protecting each other. There were other interesting things that we learned at the border. And again, I talked to him about this, that he said that they make decisions as a family. He indicated that he wasn't 100% sure that he was going to go back to Alaska because he hadn't talked to the family yet. So again, clearly they make decisions as a family. And he's not even prepared to give an answer until he's had that discussion with his family. He also gave us very vivid details about his grandfather and his condition, where he only had a year to live in his spine. This was the one that's paralyzed since age 17. And that comes back again once he takes the stand. And again, he goes overboard stressing that his mom lives with him and not the other way around. So then we get to the lies he told us when we were listening to him, right? And he knew we were listening to him. He knew so much that we were listening to him that he said, "I know you're listening to us, Ryan." Ryan being Special Agent Scheider. So he knew that. And you heard Jake and Angela say that they would try to throw the conversation so that we wouldn't hear anything incriminating, and in fact, hopefully hear something that was somewhat exculpatory. The gun list, again, we talked about this. Why is that important, that we think that that gun list is a wish list? Because the SKS then is in his hands, and one of the other murder weapons is also on that list. He also continues to go to some length saying that Jake did not even have a 1911. And again, this is important to convince us, because not only does he know they were used in the homicides, But if we don't think it's a wish list, if we think it's actually an inventory, then where is the 1911, right? They need to hand it over to us and say, go ahead, test fire it. You are not going to find anything because this is not the gun that did it. Same with the SKS. They no longer have it because they destroyed it. You saw, they destroyed it. So again, he goes overboard trying to convince us that this is a wish list. He says it, I think, about 5 times in that one conversation. Again, the lie is to protect himself and his family. The custody documents, again, we learned in the recordings that he reminded Rita about, how these were re-upped in April. And he also tried to convince us that Jake never owned a 1911 22. And again, that's something that we'll come back to. When we talk about the lies he told us on the stand. So I would say the first kind of pack of lies is the I don't remember, right? There were times where I would ask him, well, at the border though, you said that your grandfather was very ill and that you didn't know he only had a year to live, and he gave great detail, great specifics on his spine rotting and graphic and gruesome details, but he couldn't remember that. He couldn't remember that. There were many of those things that when it contradicted something that he had said on the stand, he couldn't remember. And again, the reasonableness of that. He sat here this whole trial, listening to all the evidence. He certainly has access to his statement that he made at the border. Again, the reasonableness that he has not refreshed his memory with that statement. And again, some of the things that he remembered verbatim, but then couldn't remember. He told you that he went to bed on the stand. He said he went to bed at 10 p.m. Well, that's a 2.5-hour difference from what he said at the border, right? Why did it change? Well, we know why, right? Because if he was awake until 12:30, he would have had to see Jake and Billy leave, and he can no longer say that he didn't know what happened. So now he's saying he was lights out at 10 p.m. Of course, he also is the same person and then slept in until 8 or 9 the next morning. I want you to remember, this is the same guy that bragged to us about how he lives on 1 or 2 hours of sleep a night, right? I mean, he drives and then he hunts all night or scraps all day, and literally said that he was living off of 1 and 2 hours of sleep a night. Yet, he wants you to believe that he went to bed at 10 o'clock and then get up until 8 or 9 the next day. That's more than 10 hours of sleep that night. Suddenly, it goes from 12:30 to 10 p.m. Again, because he can't put himself as being awake at the time. Of course, that lie doesn't work either, right? You're asleep at 10 o'clock or you go to your bed at 10 o'clock, you don't fall asleep right away. He also told us he has a habit of Facebooking for about an hour when he goes to bed. He also says his son gets up an hour later, so he, presumably would have gotten up. He also tells you that there's no way anybody could leave the house without him knowing. That he admitted that he said that at the border at least 15 times. That there's no way anybody could have left that night without him knowing. No way. But now he wants you to believe that that's exactly what happened. That he just dove into bed, went immediately to sleep, and is oblivious. And so that gave Jake and Billy, presumably, less than an hour to get out to the barn. So they would have had to just, as soon as he shut his door, just, run out to the barn and get in the truck and go up there. So again, why does he change that lie? Why does he lie about that? Because at this point, he's no longer protecting his family, he's just trying to protect himself. He said that he did give his dad the money to buy the truck off of Uncle Toddy, but then Chris Sr. came and got it, or they drove off with it, and he never saw it again after that. Never saw it again after that. What I would say to that is, boy, is Angela a lucky guesser, right? What a lucky, lucky guesser that she says that they bought this truck to use it that night too, and that they parked it up by the barn. She just somehow or other knew about this truck, again, without knowing ever what Jake said. But, and says that George is the one that got the money for the truck. But he says the truck just disappears. And again, you have the undisputed testimony of Katie Wagner that Billy drives up with that truck early morning hours. And you've been on that property. You know if that truck is parked up by that barn, you're going to see it because it's not that far from the house. He tells us on the stand that the lies at the border, he says, I admit I lied. I lied to BCI agents at the border, not to protect myself, not to protect my family, but to protect Hannah and her family from the rumors. Because on Facebook and topics, there's terrible rumors going around about them about these drug operations, right? Well, again, how do we know that's a lie? Because he didn't say the Rodins weren't involved in drugs. He said his dad and he, the rest of the family, didn't know about the Rodins drugs. He knows we're up there. He knows we've done searches of the property. He knows we've discovered any marijuana that's there. So him saying that his family doesn't know about it doesn't protect Hannah or her family whatsoever. But of all the things he can remember, he remembers telling that lie and he remembers why. Again, it's just not the truth. At the time, he was trying to convince us the family was not involved in drugs because he knew that was a possible motive. He does read the Facebook and topics, and he did know that we looked into anybody who, had any drug dealings with them. So again, that was just a lie that he told to protect his family. And here in front of you, he lied to you and said it was to protect Hannah. The biggest, however, and most important lie that he told you was about that gun show. And I said it earlier in my closing, that January 31st of 2015 was an important date. That was the time when we first have a picture of that 1911-22 on Jake's phone. And then later, a few months later, we have it in his hand, right? January 31st of 2015 is when the gun show happened at the Westland Mall. And we know the defendant freely admits that he was at that gun show. Well, he freely admits it because we had some documents to hand him that have his signature and say the Westland Mall and shows a gun that he bought there, a Kel-Tec. His memory is so good that he remembers going to that gun show with his dad and buying that gun for his dad. In fact, that's why they went to the gun show, he thinks, just to get that gun. But for the life of him, he cannot remember Jake being there with him, even though we know that Jake was there at the gun show with him, buying the 1911-22 Walther Colt that was used to kill 5 of the 8 victims in this case. So again, ask yourselves, why that lie? Because he spent so much time on those recordings trying to convince us there wasn't a 1911-22. Jake never owned that. And that the gun list isn't real. The gun list, being made in February of 2015, within a few weeks of them buying these guns. Because he knows that makes him look guilty. So he cannot admit that he was there, or Jake was there, and he remembers Jake being there buying that 1911 that later becomes the murder weapon. And, if you don't know the significance of the 1911, if you weren't with Jake and Billy up there on Union Hill Road, why, when Agent Scheider sends a text to George with that 1911 22, with parts that we saw them purchasing to build a silencer. Why is that a family emergency? Would have it been a family emergency if he sent a picture of the Kel-Tec, which wasn't used in the homicide? Of course not. Who cares? You're sending me a picture of a gun. Has no meaning to me. Why is he sending me a picture of this gun? All he said, and you'll have the text messages, was, I'd like to talk to you about this sooner rather than later. That's it. He didn't say, this is the murder weapon, nothing. But that became a family emergency. On the stand, he wants to convince you that it was Jake's family emergency. But George is the one on the phone, and again, you'll have these recordings. George is the one on the phone telling his mom that they're going to call and say that it's a family emergency so they can go home. Again, there's no reason for that to be a family emergency unless you know, because you were there, that the 1911-22 was used in these homicides. And again, it's indisputable evidence that all three were at that gun show, buying guns that day. Again, the reasonableness of what he says to you. The guns are all stored in the same safe at their house, in the mudroom. Never saw the gun there. He says he never saw the gun there. You go to a gun show and you buy guns, you show each other the guns you bought. You talk about them, you hand them to them, they handle them, they look at them, they're very cool. A 1911-22 Walther Colt, especially because that's the gun used in, one of the guns that was used in the Boondock Saints. So, again, there's no question that he remembers Jake being there, but he's lying to you. And again, the why he's lying is clear. But at some point, the fact that all he does is lie, in his opening, at the border, on the wire when he thought we were listening, and here on the stand, has to matter. That has to matter, that he does nothing but tell lies. He says Boondock Saints is not their favorite movie. Chris Newcomb says it is. He says he's like a brother. You heard how close they are. Chris Newcomb says it's his favorite movie. Randa says she was there when that conversation happened, and she didn't know what the Boondock Saints movie was about, so she asked him. And when she found out that it was two brothers, it was a movie about two brothers, she said, oh, well, no wonder they both like it. No wonder it's their favorite movie, or whatever, because Jake also said it was his favorite movie. But again, why doesn't he want you to think that's his favorite movie? Well, because maybe that's just a little bit more evidence in your minds that he was involved in these murders. Angela says that they would quote that movie, etc. And again, I think that, you will be instructed that you can choose to believe all of what somebody says, some of what somebody says on the witness stand, or none of what they say on the witness stand. And I would suggest to you that that is what you should do regarding the defendant's testimony. I think you should disregard all of it. You're also supposed to look at the demeanor in which he testifies, his frankness or lack thereof. Again, just things that were noticeable. He talked about how Jake and Angela thought they were better than everybody else. But it seemed pretty clear that George thought he was certainly better than them. I think that was pretty clear from his testimony. He tells you things like, that last fire up on Bethel Hill, I didn't want any part of. I told them not to do it, but I knew they were going to do it, so I just went along with it and got my stuff out, etc. Why would he suddenly not want to do that? They're taking the money to buy a new home for themselves. They can't sell it because it's on Frederica's property. They built it. Why suddenly is he just, again, wants to convince you of that? Even though he freely admits that he engaged in other insurance fraud after this. Again, it's because he wants to convince you. He wants to put some distance between him and his accomplices in this case. You know, I already talked about the reasonableness of the fact that, you know, he told his mom to stop stalking Tabitha, even though the threat of her getting bovine started raising its head again 2 months after the dissolution was final. He said before the dissolution was final, he told her to stop. Again, the reasonableness of that, it makes no sense. The fact he says that he was not aware of any rift between Hannah and Jake, but then you hear from Angela, who again says that not only do they have family meetings, but sometimes if they're, you know, talking in one room and somebody else, you know, everybody weighs in on it, right? I mean, this is how they spend their time. And she tells you specifically that she had a talk with Jake and George about whether they were okay with this. And we talked about that. And she said that they said yes, they had to do this in order to protect Sophia. The fact when he says he never knew their plan, again, this would be the one time, all the way leading up to it, he's intimately involved in every ordeal, everything that goes on in the house, and all the way after it he is. And also, I would like you to lay those comments next to him talking about having to discuss it with his family, saying to Jake that the family has spoken, telling Jake that Sophia will stay with him versus Jake because he has to protect her. So what did we learn from Angela, and are her statements corroborated? And again, just the reasonableness of those things. She talked about the security system, and what did she tell you about the security system? She tells you that the security system, they all three put it up, that they bought it, and then Billy came over and saw the security system and said, that is a really dumb thing, because that's gonna catch us coming and going when we commit these homicides. And so the security system came down, and the last she saw it was sitting in a box, and we all know that it ends up getting burnt. That is far more reasonable and rational than the story that George tells you about that security system, because he tells you the security system goes to his grandpa. And then how does that DVR end up burnt in the burn pile at Peterson Road if it's at his grandfather's? Would they go and take it back just to bring it home to burn it? That makes no sense. She also confirms that Jake and George dyed their hair that week. The one thing that they have failed to do, when the defendant took the stand, we can very easily demonstrate his lies. I've just walked through some of those with you, whether it's because it changed from what he said at the border, whether he simply just said things that are unsupported by facts and in fact contradicted by facts. But they have not proven that anything that Jake or Angela said was a lie. There's been nothing that contradicts them. In fact, again, they're consistent with one another and consistent with the evidence. And they've also not given you any motive why they would both come in here and lie to you. Again, point a finger at the defendant if he's perfectly innocent in this case. Frankly, the defendant himself vouches for the credibility of Jake, right? I mean, he talked about the fact that Jake's honesty has always gotten him in trouble. He did not say his lies get me in trouble. He did not say, you're always lying on me, Jake. That never came out of his mouth, not on the recordings and not on the stand. He said it's his honesty that gets us in trouble, because he'd always confess to mom or dad when they did something they weren't supposed to do. He'd go do it with them, but then he would come back and tell, and they'd get in trouble. And he specifically said he was upset with him for not destroying the laptop that we see all the screenshots on, the custody document print spool, the Google searches for salvage catcher, the lots and lots of evidence. And Jake's phone has the gun list. The laptop has the backups that have the 1911-22 in Jake's hands. So, but then he comes in here and tells you, well, that's because I thought that you were framing him or some such thing. Again, he knew full well the damaging nature of all those items. The one thing that we did not hear from the stand, again, that I thought was very telling. Mr. Parker asked him, what did you think? What did you feel when you found out that your brother had confessed to doing these crimes? What did you think? Mr. Parker kind of fed him the answer and said, did you feel like Chris Newcomb felt? What you did not hear George say, he did not say, well, yeah, I was really upset that he did this, but I would like to strangle him with my bare hands for lying on me. Like, he didn't say anything, nothing from the stand about being upset that Jake lied on him or his mom lied on him. He never said that. Not been in that position, but I can't imagine that that would not be my overwhelming emotion I would feel when I found out that not only did my brother confess, but now he's saying I was involved too and I wasn't even there?
Objection.
What in the world?
Objection.
So again, the reasonableness of what he says and also what he doesn't say. He also says that he now believes that Jake and his mother were involved in these murders. But again, how can he? Because according to Jake, George was right there with him. According to Jake, they both crawled into that truck and drove up there in that truck that George says wasn't even there. And that George had the SKS, and the plan was for him to shoot Chris in the head, for George to do that. How can he believe anything that Jake is saying if those are lies? If those are lies. This time, I'm going to go through the charges with you. We did this during opening statements a little bit, just so you could know what kind of evidence to look for. But now that we're at the end of the trial and you've seen all the evidence, I'd like to kind of go over those with you to kind of let you know what we believe the evidence is and what we think supports which charges in this case.
Yes.
the first thing, and I don't know how much we talked about this, we might have talked about this in the opening statement, but the first thing that can you guys all see that? Is that we have to prove that Pike County is the place where this case should be tried. And specifically, you have to find either that the offense happened in Pike County, Ohio, or if it didn't happen in Pike County, Ohio, that it was part of a course of conduct, and that at least one of the elements or other offenses was in Pike County, okay? So I'll just give you an example of that. The aggravated murders in this case, three of the homes were located in Pike County. One of them was in Scioto County, okay? So with that kind of in mind, we can look at this. It is a course of conduct if you find beyond reasonable doubt any one of those 6 items. And probably a vast majority of them actually apply. So the offenses involve the same victim or victims of the same type or from the same group. Obviously, this family was targeted, so I would say that they are the same victim or group. The offenses were committed by the defendant in the same employment capacity or relationship to another, again, based on their relationship with the Roden family. Part of the same transaction or chain of events in furtherance of the same purpose or objective. So again, you know, they're in Adams County when they're building a silencer. They're in Adams County when they're modifying the murder truck, because Adams County is where Peterson Road is, right? They're in Adams County when they're monitoring Facebook. Those sorts of things, but it's all this continuing chain of events in the furtherance of this same purpose or objective. The offenses were committed in the furtherance of the same conspiracy. The offenses involved same or similar modus operandi or scheme, plan, system, or method, and we'll talk about that more later. Or they were committed along the defendant's line of travel in this state, regardless of the point of origin or destination. So again, any one of those is sufficient for you to find in order to say that it is a course of conduct. Again, I would say almost all of them apply, at least in one way. But that's just an instruction you're going to get, so I just kind of wanted to go over that with you so you understood what that is about. And that applies to each count. You know, for each count, you'll have to say, yes, this happened in Pike County, or if it didn't happen in Pike County, it was part of a continued course of conduct where at least one of the offenses or elements is in Pike County. Okay, we already talked about this, so I'm not going to go over this again with you. That's just the weighing of a witness testimony. Aggravated murder, except that says aggravated murder. Before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find that on or about April 22nd, and you will be instructed that it doesn't have to be exactly April 22nd, that's the on or about language. We know, for instance, that Chris and Gary were killed before midnight on April 21st. But on or about April 22nd of 2016 in Pike County, or as a part of course of criminal conduct involving an offense, same thing that I just talked about, the defendant purposely and with prior calculation and design caused the death of, and obviously that will change depending on which count it is. Count 1 is Kenneth. But you'll have 8 of those counts, obviously, but that is what you have to find in this case. And we will talk again about complicity. I already kind of touched on that when I said Jake pled to 5 of these, but or pled to all 8 of them, even though he only personally shot 5 individuals, right? Only. Angela also wasn't even there. So again, we'll talk about that, just because you weren't the person that pulled the trigger. Okay, so this just talks about the definition of purposely and the result. Basically, there has to be present in the mind of the defendant a specific intention to cause the death of the individual that's listed in that particular count. And at the bottom there, how it's determined is the purpose with which a person brings about a result is determined from the manner in which it's done, the means used, and all the other facts and circumstances. Again, these are some of the instructions you'll get tomorrow, hopefully, and but I just kind of wanted to go over them. Prior calculation and design, again, this is the very lengthy definition you will get. Obviously, in this case, there's lots and lots and lots of prior calculation and design. We have both Jake and Angela saying that it was January of 2016 when they decided to commit these offenses, and everything they did after that was working towards that. And then we have specifications. So these are just the firearm specifications. Specification 1 will be the same no matter what count it's attached to. Specification 2 will be the same, and specification 3 will be the same. So I will only go over these once. But specification 1 is just that you had a firearm on your person or under your control when you committed these offenses. And again, complicity comes into play in that too. So we know that Angela pled guilty to some gun specifications, even though she wasn't up there and she didn't have a gun on her person at the time. Specification 2 is that the defendant had a firearm on or about his person or under his control while committing this offense, and in this case aggravated murder, and displayed the firearm, indicated he possessed it or used it to facilitate the offense of aggravated murder. Obviously, the guns were used. Specification 3 is regarding the silencer that was attached both to the SKS and to the 1911. So this is just that he had a firearm that was equipped with a firearm muffler or suppressor on or about his person or under his control while committing the offense of aggravated murder. Obviously, in this case, he did have the SKS. It did have a silencer on it, but again, even if he hadn't and somebody else amongst them did, under the complicity, we would argue that that would apply. Okay, so you have 8 counts of aggravated murder for each of the 8 victims, obviously. And then the 9th count is a conspiracy count. And again, this is kind of wordy, but the time range is January of 2017, which is when they say they started this conspiracy, basically, through the 12th of November of 2018, which is the day before they were arrested. Because that was ongoing, right? Because they're still trying to cover up for the crime. As a part of a course of criminal conduct involving an offense, so again, that either in Pike County or as a course of conduct, with purpose to commit, promote, or facilitate the commission of the offense of aggravated murder, murder, or aggravated burglary with another person or persons, planned or aided in planning the commission of each or both of such offenses, or agreed with another person or persons that one or more of them would engage in conduct which facilitated the commission of any or all such offenses. So any one of those, aggravated murder, murder, or aggravated burglary. So this just gives you the definition of conspiracy, which is to plan or aid in the planning of the commission of the offense with one or more persons, or agreeing with one or more persons that one or more of them will engage in conduct with a purpose to commit, promote, or facilitate the commission of the offense. This is substantial overt act. So a person cannot be convicted of conspiracy unless there is a substantial overt act in furtherance of conspiracy done by the defendant or by a person with whom the defendant conspired, and that such act was performed after they entered into the conspiracy. And, you know, the rest of the definition. So again, you know, the helping with modifying the truck, the putting on a mask, putting on shoes, you know, being present and knowledgeable about the purchase of the shoes. We heard him say on the wire that the bug detector was his. We know that his credit card was used. Angela said that she bought it, but on the wire, George claimed that as his. So.
Objection.
I'm sorry?
That's not accurate.
There's a, I don't care, go ahead.
Well, again, I don't know, are these reflecting instructions that the court has been over with counsel or not?
Your Honor, I don't think he's objecting to my instructions. I think he's saying that I'm misstating fact, that a recording doesn't actually say what it says.
All right, well, Ladies and gentlemen, again, I just remind you that arguments of counsel, either side, are not evidence. You'll have to rely on your memories, collective memories, to determine what the evidence is. So that's what I'm going to say about that. I'll overrule the objection with that admonition is that counsel statements, either one, in closing argument, are not evidence. All right, go ahead.
We also have purchases of the tool ammo in March of 2016 and the magazine for the SKS. And again, that was something that Jake was unaware of. I think you can probably remember when he testified, he had no knowledge of that being purchased. So again, that was purchased with cash with Jake's rewards card. You heard the defendant talk about how he has made purchases. I think his dad bought the scope for him for his AR, using cash with Jake's rewards card. So just because Jake's rewards card's being used doesn't mean Jake's there. Anyhow, so other overt acts, obviously getting into the truck, putting on clothing, putting on a ski mask, putting on gloves that night, going up there, helping to drag bodies, or be lookouts, or protect him from anybody who came out of one of the rooms when he was in a different room, helping to destroy the evidence and conceal the evidence afterwards. Okay, so this is just, a list of some of those things that, forging the documents, monitoring social media accounts, providing false and misleading information to investigators. So this is that very long instruction you will get. I won't go over all of it now, but it basically says that the testimony of an accomplice that is supported does not become inadmissible because they were complicit, but it may affect their credibility and make the testimony subject to grave suspicion and require it to be weighed with great caution. And then it's for you, in light of all the facts presented to you from the witness stand, to determine its value or worth or credibility. And you will get this, I believe, at the beginning of your instructions, just when you're given that general how to weigh witness testimony, credibility, and then you'll get it with the conspiracy, and then you'll get it with complicity at the very end. So you'll get it 3 times. Okay, aggravated burglary, there are 4 counts of these. Before you can find him guilty, again, April 22nd, doesn't have to be the precise date, either in Pike County or as part of a course of criminal conduct involving an offense or element of offense that occurred in Pike County with the purpose to commit the offense of either aggravated murder or tampering with evidence, did trespass by force, stealth, or deception in an occupied structure, and this particular one is the 1084 left fork road. When another person is present and either the defendant inflicted physical harm on the person or had a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance about his person or under his control. So again, even in the places he didn't go, if you find that he was complicit in those offenses, then you'll be told when we get to the complicity that he can be found guilty just as if he were the principal offender. Unlawful possession of dangerous ordinance, again, is just for the silencer. A dangerous ordinance is, well, a silencer is one example of a dangerous ordinance. Tampering with evidence, there are 3 of these in the indictment. One is in regards to the belongings of the victim, so cameras, cell phones, etc., that they took from the victims in this case, with the purpose to impair the value or availability of those items in the proceeding or investigation. So the next count is regarding the custody documents. So the knowing that an official proceeding or investigation was in progress is referring to the potential custody proceedings because they knew that Hannah was going to be dead. So they prepared this document, forged it, and knowing it was false and with purpose to mislead a public official. And this last count then is for destroying their own items, right? The silencer that ends up in the cistern, the tool ammo that ends up in the cistern, everything else that ends up in the concrete buckets at the bottom of the lake. The things that they, dug the hole in the barn to bury temporarily. Any of the home security system that ends up in the burn pit. That's what this count is pertaining to. And then the forgery is back to the custody documents. Specifically, again, it says, forging Hannah Mae's signature basically when she did not authorize that. But also, you see at the very last 3 lines, it says, or forged custody documents that are purported to have been executed at a time or place, or with terms different from what in fact was the case, or to have been a copy of an original when no such original existed. So kind of all of those apply, but certainly, even with George's, they dated it from March of 2015, and that was not when they filled it out. So that is forgery in and of itself. Okay, this is unauthorized use of computer cable or telecommunication property. This is simply for hacking into the Facebook accounts of both Tabitha and Tess and her sister, Tabitha's sister. So, although the only ones we've included there are Tabitha and her mother, Patricia Tess Ruggles. So again, that's a very lengthy one. I won't go through that all, but this is a telecommunications service. The interception of wire, oral, or electronic communications. Again, this also pertains to the Facebook hacking. Basically, if you intercept, attempt to intercept, or procure another person to intercept or attempt to intercept an electronic communication. Obstructing justice. This is either giving false information to an investigator or asking others to. So this is, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant with purpose to hinder the discovery, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of another. So this is not you're lying to protect yourself. This is you're lying to protect somebody else. We've listed all 3 of his co-defendants there. Goes on to the next page because it lists every single offense in the indictment. That you either destroyed or concealed physical evidence of the crime, or induced a person to withhold testimony or information, or to elude legal process summoning the person to testify or supply evidence, and or communicated false information to any person. So I would submit that all of those apply as far as destroying and concealing physical evidence of the crime, inducing a person to withhold testimony, or to elude legal process when they got subpoenas for grand jury, and obviously lied to the investigators. By his own admission, he did that. One of the things that you will be instructed on in the obstructing justice is we've included all the offenses, right? So the theory being he lied or had others withhold information and all that stuff in order to facilitate his 3 co-defendants getting away with basically all the other crimes in the indictment. You will have a further finding that you have to make if you find him guilty. Then you have to make a further finding. You have to just circle which offenses you think he was trying to facilitate them getting away with, basically. It could be all of them. It could be some of them. You just have to decide. Okay. Then we have engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity. Again, this is kind of another long-winded one, but again, the preamble as far as the venue goes, but while associated with an enterprise, conducted or participated in directly or indirectly the affairs of the enterprise through a pattern of corrupt activity. So we'll define corrupt activity for you. It's basically just various criminal offenses. And then while associated with an enterprise is also required. So enterprise includes any individual, partnership, limited partnership, or other legal entity, or an organization, association, or group of persons associated in fact, even if they're not a legal entity. And it includes illicit as well as licit enterprises. And again, participation, you're just performing activities necessary or helpful to the operation of the enterprise, whether directly or indirectly, without an element of control. So the state's theory on this is that this family functioned as a criminal enterprise because they committed a lot of crimes together, as a family unit or as a unit. And so we would submit that meets the definition of enterprise. The corrupt activity, there's just a list there, right? It means engaging, attempting to engage, conspiring to engage, or soliciting or coercing or intimidating another person to engage in any of the following. And then there's some offenses listed there, all of which are, contained in the indictment as well. Okay, so the complicity statute, there is a lot of the offenses in this indictment where the state's theory is that the defendant was complicit in that particular crime as opposed to the principal offender, right? So again, I already gave the example of Jake and Angela. Angela wasn't even up there, but she was complicit in the aggravated murders. She was complicit in the aggravated burglaries. Jake obviously was complicit in any of the crimes, but he did not actually commit. He didn't go into Kenneth Roden's house, but he is complicit in the aggravated burglary. He drove his father up there. And we talked about this a little bit, about, the aggravated robber and the getaway driver, and, that person is every bit as culpable as the person who goes in, or the person who, boosts you into the home and you're inside the house when the police come, and your buddy's outside of the house. You're both still guilty of aggravated burglary. So you get the idea on that. But this official definition is that a person who is complicit with another in the commission of a criminal offense is regarded as guilty as if he personally performed every act constituting the offense. This is true even if he did not personally perform every act constituting the offense or was not physically present at the time the offense was committed. So then this is before you can find him guilty, you must find that the defendant, acting with the applicable culpable mental state required for the commission of the respective offense or specification, solicited or procured another to commit the offense, aided or abetted another in committing the offense, or conspired with another to commit the offense. So you're going to see that conspiring, which you have a separate count of conspiracy, but conspiring can also meet the definition of complicity. So, if you believe he conspired to commit aggravated murder, then you probably believe that he was complicit in the aggravated murder, because that is tucked in there as an additional alternative for him to do it. And this is in regards to each offense in each specification. You would have to consider it separately. So aided and abetted, this is the definition, that he supported, assisted, encouraged, cooperated with, advised, or incited the principal offender in the commission of the offense, and that he shared the criminal intent of the principal offender. So, he had to know that they were going up there and that aggravated murder was the goal, right? Killing these people was the goal. Such intent may be inferred from the circumstances surrounding the offense, including but not limited to presence, companionship, and conduct before and after the offense was committed. So the conduct after the offense was committed is meaningful as well. The mere presence of the defendant at the scene of the offense is not sufficient to prove in and of itself that the defendant was an aider and abetter. Okay? So if I say, run me up to the bank, I got to go make a deposit, and I come running out with a bag, of money and an ink pack or something, you did not have the intent in that scenario to help me commit an aggravated robbery, right? Versus, let's go rob this bank, you stay outside, I'll go in, park around back and I'll be out soon. So you have to know what's going on, and you have to willingly participate with that. And the judge will give you instructions on that. And then conspired, I told you, this is kind of like you've already got the conspiracy, means to plan or aid in the planning of the commission of an offense with one or more other persons, or agreeing with one or more other persons that one or more of them will engage in conduct with a purpose to commit, promote, or facilitate the commission of the specific offense. So this is the conclusionary paragraph. If you find that the state has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was complicit in any one of the offenses, or all of the offenses, or some of the offenses, then your verdict should be guilty as to that count and or as to any specifications that you feel he was complicit in. If you find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he is either guilty as a principal offender or as a complicitor, then obviously you have to find him not guilty. But for every count in the indictment, he could be found guilty as a principal offender, or he could be found guilty as a complicitor. Your actions are no different. It will look the same on paper for you. It'll just be guilty or not guilty. But you will know whether you feel that he was a principal offender or if he was complicit in that particular crime or offense. Okay, so this is just, what the state feels that it's potential principal offender for George specifically, and that would be the conspiracy. We feel that he knowingly participated as a principal offender in the conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, or aggravated burglary. Aggravated burglary, specifically in scene 1, we believe the evidence has shown that he went back into that residence and drugged the bodies back to the bedroom. And keep in mind that aggravated burglary can be for purposes of committing aggravated murder or tampering with evidence. Dragging a body and altering the evidence at the scene is certainly one of those. Unlawful possession of a dangerous ordinance, again, because he had that SKS with the silencer. Tampering with evidence, as counts 15 and 17, that was when they destroyed both the property of the victims and of their own stuff. And you heard from Jake that George participated in that. Obstructing justice, we heard on the recordings, both in 2017 and 2018, where he's telling people not to talk to us or not to comply with grand jury subpoenas. So I would say that he's complicit in that, plus, again, all the lies that he told at the border, etc. And then engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, I would suggest that that's probably as a principal offender as well. Again, because he's part of that enterprise and he engaged in corrupt activity. You saw the list of offenses that was listed there for you. So again, that's just our position. You guys, again, the judge has said it numerous times today, rely on your collective memories. Anything I say is not evidence, and anything anybody else says is not evidence other than what you've heard from the stand during the course of this trial. But you should consider each offense and each specification on the offenses separately. You'll be instructed as that too. Again, you can find him guilty of all the offenses, you can find him guilty of some of them, you can find him guilty of none of them. I mean, that's your, but you should consider each one separately and consider whether you believe he was a principal offender or was complicit in the crime itself. I just covered that with you. So, okay. So, Again, thank you for your time and attention. I know this was very, very long. I just wanted to kind of try my best to kind of lay a foundation of the evidence that we believe supports a conviction of George Wagner IV of each and every count in this indictment. Again, whether he is a principal offender or whether he is complicit in it, he knew what was going to happen. He participated in what happened. He went up there to Union Hill Road on April 21st of 2016, knowing full well what was going to happen, having been told that it was going to be upon him to shoot Chris. Again, he's the one that hunts at night, etc. So you heard a lot about that. And he participated. He was there the entire night. He didn't turn away when Billy pulled over the car and said, ollie, ollie, and come free. Get out now if you don't want to participate. But he stayed the course. And you cannot protect somebody from people that are going to come out of the room or anything else while they are busy killing other people. That makes you complicit in the deaths of the other individuals. Again, I would say to you, based on all the circumstantial evidence, all the direct evidence that we have, specifically and especially the testimony of Jake Wagner, again, that is undisputed and corroborated by physical evidence that we had, physical evidence that we didn't have, and the testimony of Angela Wagner. Likewise, Angela Wagner talked to you about Jake and George and Billy going off and planning, her sometimes being parts of the conversation, her having a direct conversation with George and Jake. Remember her testimony too about how George was having nightmares, and she went to Billy and said we should not have involved Jake and George. We're struggling with this, right? Again, that's not something you make up. That's not made up testimony. That's something that actually happened, that she as a mother knows that she should not have done to her sons. I would submit to you that, again, the one thing that George said that was the truth is that Jake's honesty gets him in trouble, and that is exactly what has happened in this case. And I'm not here to say that Jake Wagner is a hero by any stretch of the imagination. He is a despicable, vile human being, if we can use human being to describe him. There is nothing on this planet that excuses what happened that night. Nothing. But the difference between him and his brother is that he at least came forward and he at least gave this family something they didn't have before that time. George said to Jake, the family has spoken. I would say the family has spoken. Jake and Angela have told you everything that this defendant did that night and his participation in the aggravated murders and all the other crimes listed in the indictment. We respectfully request that you return verdicts of guilty as to each count and to each specification. Thank you.
Council approach here. because of the hour, and defense counsel has an opportunity to do closing arguments too, and it's really not preferable to divide that up over a 2-day period. We're going to recess today. The question is, should we start a little earlier tomorrow? I don't know what your schedules are, so if anybody has a problem with this, mention it. It would probably be 8:30. Does that cause a problem with anybody? No? Okay, all right. So tomorrow morning at 8:30 then, if you would be present in the jury room, all of you, you'll be brought up from there by court personnel. You'll be going home this evening. And then tomorrow morning, the first order of business would be defense counsel would have an opportunity to make closing argument. Then that can be followed by rebuttal argument by the state. That's the way, those are the long-standing rules, and of course, all courts follow them. While you're, until tomorrow morning at 8:30, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone. Do not express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research at all concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all. As I've indicated before, that would include newspapers, radio, and television, but would also include Facebook, any social media sites. Just refrain from all of that, and of course have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything that you wish to add before we recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning? Will that work for the, well, you have him, you're here anyway that early, so, all right. So anything further?
No, thank you.
Anything further from the state?
Now, just give us 1 second. Can we approach?
Sure. Anything further from counsel for your side before we recess? Then we are in recess until 8:30 tomorrow. Keep your notepads on your seats or your badges on.